Hello to all the crypto enthusiasts and welcome to our Incrypted Online Marathon 2024. It's a part of our blockchain, Ukrainian Blockchain Week, which will finish with Incrypted Conference 2023, 2024. 23 was last year. So my name is Ivan Pavlovsky. I'm CEO and co-founder of Incrypted, the biggest media in Ukraine. And we are happy to be the organizers of such a great event. So first of all, I'd like to thank to my team for making this happen, because it was a hard challenge due to the war in Ukraine, problems with electricity, and hundreds of other problems. You successfully solved it. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank to our partners for supporting Web3 in Ukraine. It's very important for us, for our community. It helps us to move forward despite the war and other bad stuff. We appreciate your support in these dark times and feel positive for the future. And for sure, I'd like to thank to our speakers who find free time slots for participating in such an event. I'm sure your words and ideas will help our community to boost their skills, to boost their knowledge, and it's a main goal for us to boost Web3 in Ukraine through boosting the skills and knowledge of our community. So we will have 3 days of online marathon, 2 days of panel discussions, and 1 day of solo presentation. And today we're going to have 4 enormously interesting panels with special guest stars, moderators. So the panels for today are the following. Talking about the DeFi, moderator for DAO Sasha from Vaninch, Bitcoin ecosystem. Moderator is Serge Ajamian, CEO of Centauri Digital Asset Group, OG Core contributor, Ordinals Council. Third panel is Solana ecosystem. Moderator is Austin Federer, head of strategy at Solana. And the fourth panel is DePIN. DePIN landscape updates. Moderator Nick Smakharjevsky from the chief investment officer from Solus Group. So let's start from our first panel talking about the DeFi. I'll invite our speakers and introduce them. Guys, happy to see you all at our Incrypted Online Marathon. Welcome to Ukraine. I can say it. It's online yet, but I hope that someday it'll be offline. So let me introduce the speakers. So moderator is DAO Sasha, marketing partnership lead at 1inch Labs. Anton Bukov is co-founder of 1inch. Connor Ho, CEO of Enso. Sonali Giovino, CMO at DeFi. And Gary Kruglikov, Growth and Zika Maxi Kiom Protocol. So the stage is yours. I'm leaving. You have 1 hour and 50 minutes. You're welcome.
Hello. Thanks a lot, beautiful Incrypted team, to give us this amazing opportunity to talk about the DeFi. I believe the bull market is just around the corner. It's just exactly a time to talk about the DeFi and what to expect during this market from the leading projects on the market. Thanks to basically our speakers who joined here, and I would love to give the word to everyone here. And a part of just the intro, guys, please tell a bit more about why you are in this industry and how you basically get to this industry, maybe what motivates you. And yeah, this is like something that I would really love you to highlight for our beautiful audience. Maybe, I don't know, Gary, if you want to start, feel free to do it. And then I'll give a word to everyone. Or let's do this discussion very flexible with any formal or informal things. Who wants to join? Yeah, do it.
Yeah, happy to start.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Gary. I lead growth at Kiom. Kiom is a lending protocol. on Polygon POS and the first step on Polygon ZK-VM. And we're now also expanded to 3 Polygon CDK chains, so like so-called app chains. And at the same time, we're building an on-chain order book exchange on Polygon Maiden, which is a alt VM, Rust-based. It's a Stark Stark-based rollup that is coming out late this year or early next year. And yeah, very excited to be here.
Thanks a lot. Anton, you want to go next, or Connor?
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Anton. I'm a software engineer, which is working on DeFi since 2017. And yeah, I came to this industry to build things which were not built before, like inventing like accounting things, like settlement things, smart contract things. I'm like mostly interested in this kind of stuff.
Cool, thanks. Connor, the floor is yours.
I'm Connor Howe, one of the co-founders of Enso. I got full-time into Ethereum ecosystem in 2016. I wrote one of the UK's first research topics on Ethereum, and I've been building in this space ever since. Prior to starting Enso, I helped build a more regulated crypto bank here in Switzerland. And Enso you can envision as a full middle layer for interacting with the chain. We call this an intent engine. We will figure out and solve how you can get from point A to point X across all blockchain frameworks for any smart contract type.
Very cool. Thanks, guys. So I'm Dalasasha. I'm also in crypto from 2016. Here because I'm excited of everything which is happening on the decentralized area. I like the people who are building innovative things and changing the world. And I'm just trying to contribute and just spread the news about how we are changing the world and onboard the first billion users to DeFi. This is something that motivates me. So I want to then go next. So the general idea was basically to talk about a very specific topic, which is intent. But then we realized that the audience is way more wider. The audience who will listen us here, and maybe that would be great to basically give our audience the general overview of basically DeFi, and maybe what is the difference between the DeFi and other trading tools. And my first question is basically like, why you will basically recommend people, general audience, this is first billion users, to enter the DeFi area, and what will be the first 3 steps for them? Yeah, that's basically my first question. Who want to start?
I don't mind starting. Yeah, I mean, so DeFi you can categorize as an open financial system. So if you're wanting to interact with any primitives in the traditional finance world, that you're being gatekept, whether that's on jurisdiction side or that's bad credit or whatever it may be, you're able to interact with this in a fully open environment, which is what people call DeFi. Now, one of the main benefits of DeFi and of blockchain technology, personally, in my opinion, is the concept of composability. So let's say you're lending and you're getting a wrapped asset. So you're putting DAI and you get a DAI or whatever it may be. You can then use that a DAI on another protocol. So you can start creating these Lego blocks. And this is one of the core utilities of DeFi. How you can start within this industry? One, I really recommend just to go on YouTube at the beginning and say, what is blockchain? Just to get a really basic understanding. What is blockchain? Then open up an exchange, then deposit some money. And then at that stage, you're in this more centralized DeFi. That's kind of what FTX was, right? FTX was not DeFi. It wasn't decentralized finance. It was purely a backend controlled by other people that were modifying database values. So that fundamentally is not DeFi. So now you're in this centralized environment. You need to get this funds, your crypto, from this centralized environment to the decentralized environment. At that stage, you can download something like the 1inch wallet, you can download Rabbit, you can download MetaMask, whatever it may be, and then you can start interacting with the DeFi ecosystem. And at that stage, you've been unplugged. You've been unplugged from the traditional finance ecosystem to start really, really managing your finances in your own way.
Thanks a lot, Connor. Yeah.
Yeah, I can add. I think I agree with what Connor said. I think I can add some points here. You know that 1.5 billion of people are unbanked currently, and I don't believe that existing banking system, traditional finance, is capable to onboard all those people, because it's also all about jurisdictions, regulations, and all these things. They're making everything much more difficult. But decentralized finance, comparing to traditional finance, is global by design. When you make or you have any DeFi services, they are global by their definition. When you are building traditional finance services, like starting from banks or any other services, they are local or multi-local. You can't have a bank which works with every nationality, everyone. I never saw anything like that. So they are usually multi-local services. So it can work in multiple countries, but it's not global. I know only one traditional finance service which is truly global. It's Cash, actually, but you are limited. You can't go with millions over the broad. So yeah, there are some difficulties. But by design, Cash is actually a global thing. You can use it somewhere. You can pay to anyone, anywhere. It works. But yeah, DeFi services, decentralized finance, they are different. They are global by design. So you can make those services available to anyone who have access to internet. So I believe that most of those 1.5 billion people who are unbanked now will be banked by decentralized finance, not by traditional finance, because it's just much more efficient here. You just need internet access. You can have sub-transaction fees on most of the networks, most of the popular networks. That's why we have many networks, to have lower fees. So yeah.
Anything to add, Gary?
Yeah, I agree. I think we all know that stablecoins is kind of the biggest use case in the space, or at least when it comes to like closest thing to mass adoption. And I think it's not just the underbanked, but also the ones that want an alternative, use an alternative rails and underlying infrastructure than the normal, I don't know, SEPA or SWIFT banking system. This is definitely, I think, one of the drivers of more mass adoption. Eventually, many of them start to feel also comfortable once they've downloaded their first wallet to engage maybe with some sort of DeFi protocol. Having said that, I do think there's still a lot that needs to be done from a UI UX perspective to make it really more appealing and easier to use. But I hope for now, to answer the question, a user should obviously start with downloading a wallet, but eventually maybe we'll see a world, and I think we will, where wallets won't really be at the front and center of the user experience, but rather something that can be fully abstracted away. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, thanks, guys. You also, like, right now to enter the DeFi, there are different entry points, and you mentioned that we really need to improve user experience, and maybe we can talk about the how the user experience in DeFi evolving, and maybe you can share your thoughts on basically the involvement of the user experience in DeFi, whether it's wallet, whether it's trading experience, whether it's just basically general usage? Like how do you see it's evolving, and how we can improve this experience in different products to make everyone, most of the community happy? What's your thoughts on that?
I can start with that. That's how we come to intense topic, yeah. So yeah, I can like give a high level overview to give kind of explain why this is happening, why is everything moving to intense. So initially, how it was working and how it is working for the most applications, users are capable to transact and interact with applications which are inside blockchain. They are hosted inside blockchain. They are like smart contracts, protocol level, but they need some they need help to create those transactions. So they use different web applications, mobile applications, like different front ends which help you to create transaction, which you sign with your own wallet and send to blockchain on your own. And what was discovered in the past years, that signing transactions and sending those transactions to blockchain could be not very safe. So because other people who interact with the same blockchain, they can see your transactions before they are getting included into the block, and they can front run you, or they can sandwich you. And what we saw from like multi-year experience, that yeah, you can make affordable tools for users to protect themselves, to configure, like to use special wallets, to use special RPC endpoints. But the thing is that you will never have this level of safety for every user. Most of the users will do nothing to protect themselves. And that's why 1inch started moving most of the technologies for users to the intense-based system. And I think most of the intense-based systems are also coming from this idea to make transaction flow, to get this transaction flow out of user, to move those activity to more professional entities who can do this professionally and who will have aligned interests, kind of co-aligned with users, not aligned to steal from users.
Thanks, Anton. Who wants to? Yeah, Connor, do you want to add something to the user experience?
Happy to add on this. I completely agree with Anton. All of the future is going to be intent-based. And to kind of take it a little bit of a step back, right? Composability is one of the core components of DeFi, which means you can go to one DeFi protocol, then use what you get from there on another one, right? Now, this creates Lego blocks, but many different layers of user experience and confusion for users. So let's say I want to interact with a beefy LP position. A beefy LP position may require an aura position, which may require a balancer position, which may require 4 different tokens. So you can start to see a one user flow that their user's intent, sorry about the background noise, was meant to deposit into beefy. They're going to 4 different interfaces and doing about 9-10 different transactions. That's not how user experience should be. So to kind of go to Anton's point of intents, the user would simply express their intent, to go from ETH to this beefy position, publicize this, and then professional individuals underneath would find how to obtain that end result for them. So this fundamentally will change the whole user experience of how developers and also users will interact with the chain going forward.
Thanks, Connor. Gary, do you want to share your thoughts on the evolution of, I don't know, limit orders protocols, on general usage of custody wallets? Anything that you want to add here?
Yeah, so I start having more and more a problem with the custodian part of DeFi, because unfortunately there's still too many honeypots, and smart contracts hold too much liquidity, and it's basically a necessity at this for now. but I think the future will move a bit away from that, or I hope so, which will make things less prone for attacks and exploits, etc. So and we're working with this Polygon Maidan chain, basically on that, where essentially every user's wallet becomes its their own smart contract, and you have those so-called nodes, and then spend conditions that make it work in a way that everyone has full custody of their funds up until the point when they want to, let's say, swap or execute a trade. And that's a novel design that hasn't been done like that before. But there's still there's still some time until this, I think, will get mainstream. But I feel with everything that we try in DeFi to innovate, we should keep in mind that still there are fairly high elements of I don't want to use the word centralization, but a lot of liquidity is still very highly concentrated, which may be PDL, etc. But this also is unfortunately making it much easier target for attackers, exploiters, etc. Also, I think the future will kind of move away from that, where essentially every user will become its own so-called entity, and I'm quite excited about that evolution. And yeah, with something I'm also extremely bullish about, of course, on the UI perspective, is making everything as seamless as possible, be it with single sign-on, social logins, and basically native account abstraction, which many chains still or cannot offer. But yeah, some do, like Maidan, and we think this is kind of the way the industry should move towards too.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. And you mentioned a bit something about the account abstraction. It's not about the intent, but I want to also, there is a, from my experience, there is a different opinion around that, and there is a I had a few conversations with Anton around that. So there is people just entering the DeFi, and sometimes it's important to have account abstraction, but there is some deep advanced kind of users who don't care whether it's account abstraction or not, because they know how to basically in a good secure way handle their seed phrases, their private keys. And what the question is, like, basically, what's your thoughts on general account abstraction trend in DeFi? I can see that it's a bit calming down right now, because I don't know, because that's I don't know why. So what's yeah, maybe we can tie to this topic as well. What's your opinion basically on this narrative of the industry?
Happy to jump in first on this one. I think it's good for users to have the optionality. I think that's kind of the core premise of whether you want to have hot storage, cold storage, you want to have a MetaMask account, a 1-inch wallet, you want to have a smart account, you want to use account abstraction. I think all of the options should be available to the user. I've got a bit of a contrarian view on this one, truthfully. We built a smart account about a year and a half ago for like this DeFi aggregation UI that didn't really get any product market fit, pretty much zero 100K volume in 2 months. Then we pivoted into infrastructure that enabled now within 1 year our tooling for about $11 billion to be settled on chain, so it was the right decision. But whilst building the smart account and this one holistic UI for interacting with DeFi, it sounds a very nice idea to be able to batch transactions, have your funds all in one place. But this also creates a massive barrier on user understanding and experience. If users have to have an EOA to then interact with a smart account, to then interact with other protocols, it creates a very strange user experience. You can even try to hide this. You can say there's no smart accounts, just a smart contract that's holding your funds. But then the interchangeability of taking that smart account and going to DeFi protocols manually one by one, then going through one UI, gets quite cumbersome. You need to use Wallet Connect. Some of the protocols don't support certain EIPs, so you can't interact with them. And I eventually got to the stage now with where I'm at, which is I don't think there should be smart accounts. I think there should be an option, but I don't think it's actually that good. I think stuff like EIP 3074, where you're doing delegate calls from the EOA, is a lot more valuable because that hindrance of user experience of now needing to understand an EOA and a smart account, it gets very complex. So I think we should give the optionality, but we should still kind of do delegate calls from the EOAs, which does open up large security vulnerabilities because, you know, all of the EOA wallets could be rugged, and then simulations tools being used can be hacked because that's kind of the point of failure. If it's native account abstraction baked inside of a chain, and that's from day one, okay, then it's a different discussion. But what happens if you have users that started on Ethereum that understand the EOAs, and then they go over and they only have a smart account, and now they're needing to learn how that operates and so forth. So I think it's a trend, and I think it will still continue, but I think it needs a lot of work, specifically to ask the users what they think and not based upon the technology solution.
Yeah, I think I can add here. It was interesting to hear the experience of Connor. We also thought about implementing account abstraction at some point, but we never did, actually. So yeah, what I dislike about existing approach to account abstractions, which is already there, like the Ethereum improvement proposal for 337 and many other things, is that it can't be done in a transparent way. I mean, you can't make it optional and non-optional to be like convenient and interchangeable. You can't have AI account abstraction functionality when you need it, and don't use account abstraction functionality when you don't need it. But it's obvious that there are many use cases where account abstraction, as it's being applied in those improvement proposals or in any other smart accounts, it will cost you extra gas for consuming itself. And yeah, I really appreciate that nowadays EVM engineers, they are proposing native approach for account abstraction, because native approach would allow to use EOA to use it as account abstraction whenever you will recognize that you need to have this functionality right now. So whenever you need functionality of account abstraction, you will be able to have it. Until you need it, you can use it as EOA and don't have any extra gas costs and do not have any UX where you store assets out of user wallet. It's being stored on smart contract, which like creates a real struggling for the users and difficulties in understanding and managing those things. So yeah, I think we will see native support for account abstraction in the next hard fork. We are still not sure in which form we will have it, because a few multiple ideas were discussed in the past months. I'm not sure if any of them final. I have to recheck this. But yeah, once we will have it, we will be able to use same EOA wallets, and we will be able to have account abstraction functionality right in place whenever we need it. So that's amazing plan from my point of view.
Cool. Anything to add, Ivan?
Yeah, so I think native account abstraction will solve a lot of problems. So I fully agree. We'll see where we will get to this year on EVMs. But yeah, alt VMs are definitely already taking this into account and starting from the get-go with native account abstraction. So maybe there's a lesson there for EVM chains. We on our side we try both, so because we're deployed on EVMs and alt VMs. So we'll see. At the end, of course, the user will decide which user experience is more comfortable. For certain use cases, though, we do think native account abstraction will make certain use cases much easier to implement and hopefully increase adoption.
I just had a thought I'd like to add on to this. Why would we even need native account abstraction if we have intents, right? What is native account abstraction trying to solve? Is it trying to solve the batching of transaction, the gas abstraction? What's the purpose of it? If intents, you're able to batch many different transactions in one transaction, and professionals are able to obtain that result for you, and you don't need to submit and pay for gas. So I'm not sure if there's even a purpose of native account abstraction then, because intents can also fulfill that kind of use case. But just a random thought, if there's other use cases that I'm not seeing of native account abstraction. But I think intents solve that problem already, no?
I think I can try to answer this. Kind of. For the end users, it can solve most of the issues they're facing too. But for those who will execute those things, account abstraction will provide more agile functionality, so they will be able to do more things. It's not only about batching transactions, it's also about having callbacks. For example, currently you can't interact with, I don't know, Uniswap v3 or v2 pools directly. You have to interact with router, which will provide you series of interactions. And for example, version 3 have a callback whenever it calls you back to let you do something. And yeah, you simply can't implement those things. You have to use some other smart contract which will be in the middle between you and something what you're trying to achieve. And with account abstraction, you will be able to execute those things right from wallet. It will be kind of more efficient, and I think we will come up to more different use cases, how it can be utilized. Yeah, probably something like this. And I also think that it's kind of, we're not moving in one of those directions. We are moving in both directions. And probably there are different groups of users. Some of them are like into intents and they enjoy intents, and some of the app applications, they also, because it's also a matter of decentralized application to decide what to offer to users. Some of them are into intents and they offer users to sign intent. Some of them are into account abstractions. The thing here is that we can't decide for everyone. As you said previously, yeah, freedom here is really important. So it's like variety of different things which can help users to do more with DeFi. Yeah, we will see what will be the most preferred way for the most.
Makes sense. I can also envision like these native, these relayers also using intents underneath. But I think you've got a really valid point on state overrides. As you probably see in the one-inch router contracts and certain intents you can't solve or fulfill if, let's say, a lending protocol or you're borrowing doesn't have a delegate to, and it's only purely like state overrides for the address interacting. So that is a valuable use case for account abstraction. Cool, appreciate it.
Nice. We have a fruitful discussion. I love it. What should be the next? So we discussed the evolution of the DeFi products and touched a bit the intents. We also discussed the user onboarding improvements and talked around the narrative of account abstraction. The next hot topic on the market is cross-chain, and it also we can talk about the cross-chain also in a way of intent implementation, or basically the cross-chain and the composability itself. So what's your thoughts on that? Why we have so many bridges, and how to build the most secure and the most composable solution on the market? Who wants to talk about this topic, basically? Anton, I know you have an idea. Or Connor.
Okay, I see Gary want to start.
Gary started. Yes.
Yeah.
Gary, please.
My thinking is we should just get rid of bridges. Find a way to do that, and I think there's some. ideas how we can get to a world that is bridgeless.
No, but hackers
Bridges.
already started doing this, by the way.
Who did?
Hackers.
Yes, correct.
They're trying to make people scared of bridges. So that's what you're saying, Anton. Do not use bridges because we're gonna hack them.
Yeah, I'm not sure about like bridges. I mean, there is probably a thing why they are kind of useful, because yeah, without bridges we can probably exchange values on different chains, but we can't have some values bridged from other chains to another. But yeah, I'm not sure what is the safe technology for making actually bridging, not exchanging assets. I mean, like you can exchange assets among chains with like a real cool non-custodial DeFi. But bridging is something which makes some assets available on other chains with their values, corresponding values. And yeah, I'm not sure what we can offer here. But yeah, I think we are currently at the stage of DeFi where we see that a lot of companies are looking at intense idea. A lot of companies are trying to implement their own intents, and a lot of companies also trying to define what exactly are intents, because some people think that intents are actually hugest rebranding of limit order protocols, which is partially true. Some people think that intents can do anything, like literally anything. Some people think that intents is just signature based operations, and they can be implemented differently. They can be implemented on the user side, on account abstraction side, or they can be implemented on protocol side, like to have operations which are available by signature. For example, we recently implemented one thing like a generalized signature-based operations. So it's a mix-in for your smart contracts. If you inherit from this mix-in, it allows you to call any external method by signature. So you can sign actually call data of external method, and then it can be executed by anyone, or it can be restricted who can execute it. So yeah, it's a little bit like that. So I think we will see how things are progressing, and more companies kind of unifying their understanding and implementations of all those wild intent protocols. So hopefully we'll see this in 1-2 years.
Yeah, cross-chain is really interesting. I think we do live in a multi-chain future. I think the way that it operates as of today is not the right way. Users are still needing to be aware of what chain they're on. Inherently, they shouldn't care in the future. They should just want to know what they would like to do. And underneath, it could be a completely different blockchain framework. Obviously, there's going to need to be a bit of education around the security model of potentially the chains they're going to interact with. They could create boundaries to say, I want a minimum validator set of 100, I want a minimum proof of stake system, or I want a proof of work system. So cross-chain is very, very interesting. On the point of intents within cross-chain, you know, this is already live already today. You know, you've got cross-chain intent networks such as dBridge, DLN Trade, and many more, but they are only doing for token swaps. So let's say you've got ETH on mainnet and you want to go to Solana on Solana, a market maker underneath called a solver, resolver, filler, whatever we all want to call this, would take the risk on the other side to then give you Solana. And then they would figure out how to rebalance their portfolio across many different chains. Sounds nice, it's useful, but the extent of how to do this over 10,000, 20, 30, 40,000 chains is going to get a bit difficult. You're not going to get people that are going to want to do all of those chains. In addition to this, the the challenge here is not only intents are not just about token swaps. That's kind of what they are today, but they can also go into DeFi. They can also go to NFTs. They can go to arbitrary smart contract execution. And kind of going back to this point of account abstraction, if you're not able to do state overrides and delegate them to certain addresses for certain smart contracts, then you may not be able to do it, right? So account abstraction comes quite important inside of here. I think bridges will exist. I don't know what's the best way to do them. I don't know. But I know that even during the intent ecosystem going in that direction, these fillers underneath will be able to should still need to be able to rebalance across different chains. And the only way to do that really is still with bridges. And then they take that settlement risk of maybe a day and a half, or 40 minutes, whatever it may be.
Yeah, Gary, you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is with, you know, I'm not sure how you're still gonna solve the fact that, you know, L2s run their own sequencers and, let's say, settle on Ethereum via a bridge contract, which by design just makes it harder to interact with each other, right? And have kind of this interoperability, and, you know, this unified or shared liquidity that, for example, Polygon is now working on, with this aggregation layer. Yeah, it's I think it's by design. I think wasn't flawed, but maybe it wasn't thought through. I can't go into too much detail why was that by design initially. But we'll see. I think, yeah, we need to find ways to at least have less dependencies on those bridge contracts in whatever shape or form. But yeah, for now, I think both from this liquidity perspective, because you do want preferably a way where a user can access liquidity no matter what chain they use, and preferably be able to do atomic swaps in a way that they don't really have to think around the corner that I have to be on chain X to be on chain Y and then have two different token pairs. We'll see. I know a lot of you guys are working on or a lot of teams also working on this, on solving this. Not sure what the end state will be, but yeah, I think this is where the future is headed.
Yeah, thanks. You know that this is the really interesting thing. Like we all, like right now, it's 6% on the whole world of people who at least touched crypto, and there's even less projects who try to solve the issues in the market. And for some reason, everyone is working on the parallel, like to solve the same issue. Like, why not to just work together? Maybe we can solve this issue even faster. Like, what is your thoughts on that? Why people, even like, why we are here in crypto trying to compete to solve one issue instead of just together come and solve it together? Because it will be benefit to everyone. What's your, just my like personal question?
I like this question. Can I start, guys? I think that competition is a kind of challenging thing, and that's what allows users to benefit more. Whenever multiple parties are trying to solve, they compete with each other, kind of competing. You know, it's not that someone who makes something better than others will win like 100% of a pie or something like this. It's a thing which competition is always a good way to get most and get the best things and bring them to the users. So users are the main beneficiaries of this competition. So I see that if many companies would try to work together, there will be a lot of struggling, because it will be like a lot of communication, and it will be probably even slower than it is right now. So I'm not sure it's like really a better way. It sounds like, I mean, unifying on something sounds like a good idea initially, but when it's like really happening, it could be even worse.
Guys, what's your thoughts on that?
Completely agree. I mean, it's purely human nature, right? If we were all equal and we were all supporting and fixing each other, there would be no such thing as capitalism, and truthfully the world wouldn't even progress, right? Because you would get some people that would do 50-70% of the work, and then you've got other people that don't do anything, right? So that's the whole concept of human nature, is this competitive aspect. And as Anton was saying, it's better for the user. You know, if we were all collectively to work together, then sure, we get this one mind share, but maybe 1inch comes out with something, maybe Cowswap, maybe Uniswap, or maybe Enso, and then we can learn from each other, and then we also get our own edge. And then this also pushes each other to be better and better and better over time. But fundamentally, I understand the concept of working all together, and I think we're not doing it in companies, but some degree we're all doing it indirectly by taking on different parts of the stack. So now in like chain abstraction, you've got settlement layers, then you've got solving layers, you've got exploration layers, you've got DSL layers, then you've got the solving layers, and there's all different these layers of the stacks that are indirectly working with each other, but there's also competitiveness within each individual layer of that. And that just ensures that it just keeps getting better and better and better over time. Purely capitalism, you know, if we didn't have capitalism, I don't think the world would be where it is as of today.
But, yeah, I'd agree. And also another thing that we're all on open source. It's kind of, if it's open source, it's still we are working together. So we did something, we put it on the public repos, and then someone, okay, I can prove it. I will I will fork it and then put a link and then improve it even better. And that's basically how it works. Yeah.
I mean, look at what happened with Uniswap, right? Like Uniswap had a vampire attack from SushiSwap. Uniswap probably would have never launched a token. They were very comfortable, and with this competition that came around, users were being shifted to another protocol. Uniswap had to react super quickly by then launching a token. So maybe we wouldn't have had all of this, you know, this regulation eye-opening from the SEC and Coinbase and Uniswap going against the SEC, and then the potential of a fee switch as well. Like that one catalyst of SushiSwap versus Uniswap changes the whole industry of how we're able to even do fee switches within protocols as well. So, you know, it benefits us all in the long term.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your thoughts, guys. What else I wanted? Anything else that you want to add to this? Any topics that we discussed? Because I want to maybe move to the more institutional part and discuss basically the involvement of institutions into DeFi. How do you feel about this? Do you want to talk about this? Basically the perspective, because after the ETF already was approved, maybe we can see how we can improve the user experience for the, not just for the general users, but for the institutions. What's your thoughts on this general topic? Gary?
I think, Gary?
You want to talk? Or I just...
Yeah, Anton, please go ahead.
Okay, I will start. I think the role which decentralized finance can start playing in traditional finance already is like global accessible intermediary among financial institutions in different jurisdictions, because it's already global, and it will be much more efficient communication. Currently, when traditional services communicate to each other and they're being located in different continents like Europe and United States, for example, it's like, everything is very slow and commissions are like huge. For example, I recently sent $100 via PayPal to my friend in the United States, and they charged me $2.04 for the commission. And I checked, and if I would have just sent USDC or USDT, I would pay less, less commissions. You see, we are all like not happy with the gas fees in Ethereum, but traditional finance fees are even higher. And I'm pretty sure if I would send $1,000, they would charge me 10 times more probably. I don't believe they would charge only $2.
Anyone else wants to comment on the institution side?
Happy to add on to this. I mean, I helped build a fully regulated and licensed digital asset bank here in Switzerland. It was actually the first in Switzerland and actually in the world to be a fully licensed from the government crypto bank. And whilst building this, it was very interesting. And a lot of the customers of theirs was institutions, and individuals, foundations, and so forth. But as soon as you start going into this more regulated environment, your speed goes down 99%. You know, you need to ask for approval. You need to ask if you can do this, if it's within the boundaries. And it starts creating a hindrance actually on the company if you're wishing to start innovating inside of DeFi, right? That's kind of one of the benefits of DeFi. There is some regulation, but there is some degree of flexibility that you're able to innovate within certain boundaries, right? I think this perspective that institutions are coming, my view is they've already been here. They're already here. They've been here for years, right? They've been here for 4 or 5 years full time. Now, is it the more traditional pension funds? Some degree, yes, because they're LP into funds, they're LPs into other companies. Self-sovereign funds are already investing into crypto projects and private sales. So it's not kind of the ETF style, but they're already here in some capacity. On the ETFs, I think it's very good for this industry to get a little bit more recognition on the publicity side that crypto is not a scam. You know, if you have these now listed on the ETF markets, then traditional people will start having this perspective and go, hey, well, it's been approved by the regulators, so this is safe. It's not a scam. So I think in that regard, it's good.
Yeah, thanks. Gary, you unmuted. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think it will be interesting to see how post Ethereum ETF launch institutions will think about the broader Ethereum ecosystem, altcoins, etc. I think the scary part is definitely not there anymore. Where they're really excited, where they're really afraid of engaging with anything other than Bitcoin. And who knows? Maybe we'll see a couple of more ETFs within the next 12 months or so, and that will spark, I think, broader interest also in any Ethereum connected services. And DeFi is essentially obviously has grown from within Ethereum. Could maybe enter a golden age based on that. But yeah, I think there are many opinions on that. I do think we'll see an increased focus on DeFi, on Ethereum dApps, and maybe then the broader ecosystem as a whole within maybe already the next 6 to 12 months. Who knows?
Thanks, guys. So maybe we can talk a bit more about the projects, basically, which we are building in DeFi, and basically about our communities. You touched a bit during the intro about what you all are building, but what I wanted to ask each of you is why you're building this, and how you what is the best ways that you are or approaches that you are using to attract our beautiful communities. Yeah, you can highlight the idea of the project, and yeah, user onboarding best experiences, or maybe share just basically your experiences or the feedbacks from the users that you have for the past period. I think people will also love to learn more. Who want to start?
Yeah, I can give a quick overview on this one. So Enso's went through a very interesting journey. We started around 3 years ago. We started off as a social trading application where we incentivized a vampire attack against 6 different protocols and migrated about $10 million from these protocols onto a social trading application. We launched this. Our users wanted more of DeFi. This was a very interesting topic, as you know, we're on a DeFi panel today. Users want and know there's thousands of DeFi protocols to interact with. Now, on our social trading application, we had around 15, 20 different integrations. So we had to rebuild everything from scratch underneath to enable us to build an integration with a DeFi protocol very, very quickly. We called these shortcuts a blockchain. So we were able to integrate a new DeFi protocol within 30 minutes from inception to production release. The way we done this was we were able to build a smart contract that took any arbitrary calls and could have function outputs rely upon other inputs of other function calls. We then launched a DeFi aggregation UI using this infrastructure underneath. And at that stage, we didn't find any product market fit. But users other projects had the same problem of integrating with all of DeFi. So we spun up an API to enable other applications like wallets or DeFi aggregation UIs or treasury management tools to interact with all of DeFi, ranging from lending, borrowing, swapping, LPs, and vaults. So it's like this middle layer API enabling application developers to interact with all of DeFi. This led us down a journey of some degree product market fit. People used it without incentivizing with a token, which is great. And we started getting feedback from users and other protocols and said, hey, well, this is nice, but I would like to do more. I would like to interact with any arbitrary smart contract. I would like to not only do this for tokens and DeFi, I would also like to do this for NFTs. Oh, there's DePIN. I would like to be able to have my DePIN infrastructure interact with these smart contracts through ENSO as well. So that's kind of where we've ended up now within the Intense ecosystem. And we're going to be launching a Cosmos network in the next couple of months. Maybe you should turn on some notifications on Twitter. There's going to be a pretty big announcement tonight to get retail involved in the project. And ultimately what this results in is a full paradigm shift in developer user experience. So developers are needing to build manual integrations into every single blockchain framework, every single smart contract. And now then, so they can simply express what outcome they would like to obtain across all blockchain frameworks, whether that's NFT, state, whether that is a DeFi position or token, and then the ENSO network will build the solution in the call data for doing that. So I'd recommend going to the ENSO Finance Twitter, really turn on some notifications. There is going to be a big announcement today.
Yeah, thanks, Connor. Mary, Anton, who wants to be the next one? Tell me. Nobody wants to share their experience.
No, it's a multifaceted question. So if I understood it correctly, so basically, how does the community fit into all of the work we do?
And basically, let's dive a bit deeper on what you are basically doing and what is the reaction of the community? Like, what was the general idea and the feedback? How you, based on the reaction, started to improve, and basically the way how you onboard even more. Yeah, like very complex, but you can choose one.
So yeah, we initially started just as a with basically lending, and now we're focusing more also on the trading part, on the part of making sure that there are novel ways of how you could trade an asset. And this we do on EVM chains. We've gonna issue something we call margin trading, which uses the lending market liquidity to then offer low leverage trades. But again, it's not a synthetic asset or liquidity that then forms a synthetic asset, but actually uses real liquidity from the lending markets. And what we're building with the Polygon Miden team is a complete different stack, where we're building on a non-EVM Rust-based on-chain order book, which is groundbreaking in the fact that you have low latency, high throughput, basically MEV protection, native account abstraction. So this is something our community is extremely excited about, and we'll have a bigger announcement at the ECC in regards to that. So yeah, we're very, very looking forward to the next couple of months, because that will increase hopefully also awareness and essentially then a lot of users coming to our testnet, which we're going to launch. So yeah, this is something the users and us, of course, are extremely excited about.
Yeah, CC is going to be big. We already discussed this at the beginning. Anton, tell us how you're building the best funny memes on the DeFi space.
Yeah,
Tell me.
I was thinking like what exactly to tell. I mean, there are like were different interesting episodes. I think one of the most interesting things for me in the beginning in 2019 was a way to reach auditory. Like we discovered that some people started to using 1inch for aggregated transactions, for aggregated trades. And we tried to reach more auditory, and I think we succeeded this with crypto Twitter. I think most of our users came and discovered us through Twitter, and yeah, crypto Twitter community was pretty small because it was too early, probably in 2019. Now it's much bigger, but I think it's still a great way to interact with auditory. We came up to idea to use, how we called it, meme marketing. So we created some memes, and they were engaging, and people started to engage with us, with auditory, with our service, and yeah, that was really fun to see how people are being attracted. They can respond, they can try your service, they can give you some feedback in Telegram, in DM, in Twitter, like everywhere. So yeah, I think building products based on like direct feedback is really important on early stages. Yeah.
Yeah, community-driven projects. This is again why I love crypto, because yeah, you will get the feedback completely fast. If you did something wrong, you will see the Twitter numbers like in a second. Like we'll see the ZK singer drop. We will see what will happen, or it's already happening right now with Layer 0. Yeah, you have to be really careful with Twitter community. One maybe yeah, we're already on the final stage. We talked about the communities, but maybe we can also, as a builders on the DeFi space, I really bet on DeFi still on this bull market. Maybe we can give some advices, or maybe the opportunities where what you can provide to the builders for the upcoming cycle as a builder, advice and maybe some resources that you can allocate for the builders on behalf of yourself or the project that you're presenting.
I think the advice, probably most valuable advice is, I think, for builders is that they should build continuously, and actually serious building, like serious building, is actually working. And yeah, I discovered that many people are already using this not only in blockchain, they are doing this with startups, AI startups, any startups. So it's like a really matter of number of attempts. If you would make 10 to 20 attempts, you would build something like 1, 2 of 20 would be a great rate of success, because you never know which idea would find real traction among users, what they will like, what they don't like. I mean, founder of every project likes its own project and its own idea, but if you would have 10, 20 different projects, if you would do this, for example, on hackathons, it's easier to start like that. Yeah, you will build something what you will find real traction, you will have auditory, and then you will work with that to improve it. And yeah, your journey, bigger journey will start like that.
Yeah, and I would add to that that we actually have a dev portal with 11 different APIs, where if you are a startup in DeFi, can just come and use. So you will save your time on building with those APIs.
Yeah, you know, as I usually say, that if you're like on hackathon or you have a hackathon mindset, building your like very first version of application, you're trying to achieve 80% of result with 20% of effort, and that's the right thing to do. But the thing is, the rest 80%, 20% of result will take 80% of your efforts. And that's probably where those dev portal APIs can help you. Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, who wanna go next with your advice for the builders and for the upcoming cycle?
Happy to go. Truthfully, just start building, right? If you have a concept, you've got an idea, you want to set up a company. Most companies, from their initial concept, is really not where they end up. It's many iterations. You know, for example, let's take Coinbase. Coinbase started off as a Bitcoin wallet. They spoke to users, got feedback, and their users said, "Okay, nice, but where do I buy Bitcoin?" And their whole journey started from a wallet into a button to buy Bitcoin. And that's what Coinbase turned into as of today, is this whole journey of exploration. And I think one of the most valuable things that I've learned from building Enso and pivoting 2 times and evolving over the years, you're not building your product for yourself, you're building it for others. And if you're not able to accept that thought process that you're building for other people and their concepts and their ideas are more valuable than yours because they're the ones going to use it, then it's going to be extremely challenging. And I think many first-time founders building a project have a big difficulty in accepting that their initial vision isn't what people actually want. So being flexible whenever building your product, for me personally, has worked very, very well. And I've seen many other projects that kind of started in this. Even Near, for example, Near was an AI project back in the day. It wasn't a blockchain, it was an AI company. Then it pivoted into blockchain. The other thing for developers to consider, it would be nice to have more consumer applications, but again, there's a lot of infrastructure missing. So don't fall into this meme of we already have enough infrastructure. Trust me, we ironically don't. And we should have a lot easier experience, like 1inch, and so to interact with the chain itself. And yeah, just build. Everyone's super supportive in this ecosystem. You know, you can message the founders of many companies and they'll support you. It's a completely different ecosystem to Web 2.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, I agree
ahead.
that choosing the ecosystem is crucial because that's something you potentially will stay on and work with for a long time. So definitely take your time to choose it wisely. And I agree, there are so many resources. People are not even remotely aware that almost everyone in Web3 is very approachable and ask a lot of questions. Like, I think there are no stupid questions. So just keep asking, even if you keep seeing only hurdles or standing in front of a wall. Like usually in crypto, things evolve and can change drastically from something where you don't see your product being able to have any product market fit, to then after pivoting or testing, a few months later, you end up having good traction, etc. So that's what's exciting about the space, and that's what everyone should be aware of, that in crypto things move extremely fast.
Thank you. So actually, we also have one announcement today. Everyone show that there is a big announcement from basically Enso today. There is also QM team who is announcing something on this CC. Today, we're also announcing our improvement for the protocol, which is related to users' securities. So yeah, also keep your eye on OneInch Twitter, please. Maybe everyone can share some plans for ACC, because usually ACC is the biggest event in Europe. I can share a bit on behalf of OneInch. There will be OneInch party for those who are here on the live stream chat. You can show to your friends that actually now keep your eyes also on the Twitter, and we will be very welcome to see all the community and get your feedback on the ACC itself. And ETH Global Hackathon is always our favorite hackathons, and please come to Anton. Actually, Anton will be there, and you can ask all the questions during the CC to Anton, and he will give your feedback there. So this is our plans. Guys, do you want to share your plans for the CC for this year?
Sure.
Or it will be hidden?
No, I'm happy to share. So we're co-sponsoring an event on the 8th of July, Monday. It's called Searcher WTF with a bunch of solvers. We'll be speaking there. And then later on the same evening, it's a intent event. We'll be speaking there from Brian Knows AI. And then I'm actually looking at Twitter right now, on the 11th of July, we'll also be at a declarative day. And yeah, obviously we'll hopefully be going to the OneInch party if there's any invites left, if it's not fully packed.
Oh, always welcome. Sure. Great. And Gary, you want to give a word?
We also have a big event on the 10th in the afternoon, together with Polygon, where also the founders will be attending, and many interesting guests from Aleo, Aztec, Penumbra, and a couple of regulators that we've requested for a regulatory panel. So it should be quite interesting. I think I shared the link here in the chat. And also we'll be speaking at a different event on oracles, and then on the aggregation there, I think on the 9th of July. So follow also our Twitter at QM Protocol to stay up to date.
Yes, great. So just one last thing that I really appreciate, guys, this conversation. Thanks. I think we make it like not really deep technical, still touch some really important narratives of the industry, and also paid attention people on DeFi. I appreciate that you shared everything, your thoughts, your plans. I understand that now I actually maybe on your part that competition is needed, but still let's share a bit on what was at least done in our open source repos, so we can improve. And one last thing for our listeners, I don't know how many of you are listening, but my personal goal, my mission here is to onboard the first billion users. And how you can do this? It's just to go to taxi driver, sitting in the cafe, and just at least ask one person to install either OneInch wallet or just to try any DeFi application. And if we do it, like this can double this 6% to 12%. And then like if we can do it each day, we can onboard this 1 billion users. Why? Because we have lots of really nice people like Connor, Gary, like Anton, like myself, and we will just grow our community and just make this innovation and decentralized happy world happen. I appreciate the Incrypted team. I don't know, Ivan, if you're here, if you go and join us to basically host this panel. It was just exactly in time. It's just 16.
You have perfect timing. Thank you for that. Thank you for interesting question. It was a really interesting panel. Thanks to our speakers, Gary, Connor, and Anton. It was really lovely to hear your bright ideas, thoughts on DeFi topic. I guess that the people from our audience which are burdened with layer 0 listing, they will come back later and listen to all these ideas because they're worth it. So I thank everybody having participation in this panel, and we go to the next panel. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi guys, we continue our Incrypted Online Marathon 2024. We just heard a panel discussion for the topic of DeFi. It was very interesting, and if you missed it, so come back and listen, because guys shared really great ideas, thoughts, and piece of advice. So our next panel is concerning Bitcoin ecosystem. And we have a bit substitution with moderator, because our previous man could not participate due to the technical issues, but it's okay. We have a moderator. So now I will introduce the next speakers. Hi guys, nice to meet you at Incrypted Online Marathon 2024. Let me introduce the speakers to our audience. So it's Bunzi, core contributor at OmniSet, Michael Robinson, OORT Foundation Chairman, Victor Ignatyuk, founder and CEO of Boosty Labs, Mike Chavez, co-founder at Everything Ordinals, and Kevin Williams, founder and general partner at SATS Ventures, who agreed to become our substitutional moderator. Thank you, Kevin. So we welcome you. You're welcome to in our online marathon, and I give word to Kevin. You're welcome.
Sweet. Thank you so much. GM, everyone. Good to see some familiar faces. I know we had a very quick introduction there, but I'd actually like for everyone to give a little bit of a more extended introduction for the audience. So what I'm seeing from left to right is Victor, Bunzi, Mike, and Mike. So Mike Chavez and then Mike Robinson. So Victor, I'll let you kick it off with a quick introduction.
Sure, thanks, Kev. Hey guys, I'm from Ukraine, as well as Incrypted guys. Organized first Ukrainian Bitcoin conference back in 2015. That's how I started in crypto. Then joined a company called Storage, STRJ, like one of the oldest companies in crypto. Storage also became a client of my first client of my company, Boosty Labs. That it became one of the world's biggest blockchain dev shops. And we work with Ledger, Consensus, Blockchain.com, Wallet Connect, 1inch, and other big guys in this space. 3 years ago, we started to dive deep into Bitcoin a lot. Started Boosty Venture Studio as probably first Bitcoin-focused venture studio. We build a lot on Lightning, RGB, and now on Rooms. Thank you for hosting me here today.
Yo, good morning. Bunzi. I put on the orange sweatshirt first. Good things got a pretty good idea. But no, I'm a core contributor to OmniSet. Just a very strong believer in the Bitcoin ecosystem and open source software. So contributing towards open source tooling to help further build out this, very, very new, very exciting composability layer on Bitcoin.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Yeah, so I'm Mike Chavez. Been in crypto since about 2017. Been working more in the NFT sector over the last several years on Ethereum. When I saw Ordinals, was very excited that we could now create fungible assets on Layer 1 Bitcoin. I'm part of a consulting company with my partner. We do branding, community building, and marketing within Ordinals and the Runes ecosystem.
Mike Robinson here. Good morning, good night, good evening, depending on where you are. I am a macro trends researcher, which I began the research on Bitcoin in 2015 and started acquiring Bitcoin early 2016 at a very nice sweet spot. That transitioned me into the VC space, where I'm a co-founder, managing partner of Avis Lear. We're an early stage Web3 VC, and I'm currently the chairman for the foundation of ORT, one of our portfolio companies. and that is specific to decentralized verifiable cloud compute for AI applications. So I'm delighted to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for your very quick intros. So let's jump right in. I remember very vividly May of 2023, I believe it was Bitcoin Miami. And I remember seeing some of you guys there, and the Ordinals conference was very empty. Definitely very different from Ordinals Asia, which was absolute madness very recently. I think one of the questions that I always get is, did Ordinals start this new Bitcoin revolution? Was Ordinals the very first thing to kickstart all these builders wanting to come into this space? Bunzi, what do you think?
No, but I think it's fun to say. And it's like, but no, there's been Counterparty, Lightning. There's a lot of builders on Bitcoin, but I think just the addressable market that is, shitcoiners and, people that do like tokenomics for dummies with like PFPs, it attracted them. And it's a very, I joke around, but it's a very serious market, a lot of financial tooling, a lot of participants, and, it opened the eyes. And just timing is everything. Like Counterparty did this, 2014. It didn't really hit until, 2017 on ETH, and then even more so in 2021. But, I think the way that it came about made a lot of sense, with Casey doing it, very open source protocol, no token associated to it. I think it was refreshing for people to be a part of something that wasn't, everyone's just been airdropping these chains that, are funded, and there's clear upside to the early participants, especially the investors. So just doing an open source protocol, I think was kind of exactly what the market needed. And we ran it all back pretty fun. Like when the Bitcoin punks, you brought up a date, it kind of reminded me of scrambling for a Bitcoin punk, like image, trying to inscribe it with OrdBot being down, going to a node, finding friends with nodes. And it just felt new again. It felt like, the technology actually it did matter, where kind of, on most other chains, like the most people would do is like they felt like they were hacking if they interacted with a contract on Etherscan. But other than that, it was just a lot of UI, UX stuff. So no, I don't think it's new, but I do think that it's very exciting, and it's really healthy to have a lot of people looking over, and now having metrics of like volume that's happening on marketplaces and things that people are used to. So yeah. Not new, but definitely dope.
Cool. Anybody else have anything to chip in?
Go ahead, Victor.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Yeah, I would agree with Bunzi that the Counterparty actually started everything back in 14, if not actually in late 13. And Rare Peppers as a part of Counterparty is being actually, it's quite interesting because on Ethereum, Ethereum became big because of DeFi, while Bitcoin became big for builders because of NFTs. Even coming back to the story of Counterparty, Rare Pepper been bigger than XCP, right? Than the Counterparty exchange itself. Same we saw with Ordinals, right? Like Ordinals, the same NFTs, but now runes. Runes will replace Ordinals, from a perspective of growth, because DeFi is always bigger than NFTs, and NFTs always dying. And then we had Lightning. Probably the first Bitcoin meetup I ever attended in my life was Elizabeth Stark. She was in Kiev in late 2016, and she was talking about Lightning and things like that. The first project of Boosty Venture Studio was actually Strum, Bitcoin liquid staking protocol, and Lightning. So we also kind of started with Lightning. So Ordinals just on board this new people to Bitcoin to use it, and even more. I spoke to a few people on Ordinals Asia, and I was actually shocked. Like when like one of the projects we're working on now called runesdex.com. So it's AMM like Dex and runes, and some people were like, oh, like there's a magic hidden and blah blah blah, and I was like, but we are trying to bring Uniswap experience to runes. And they were like, "Oh, we never used Uniswap." And it's the guys like who has like a bunch of ordinals, and they were like, "What? You never use Uniswap? Are you kidding?" So it's showing that actually ordinals guys onboarded a way new community, probably Web2 community to Bitcoin, and that's even more cool than like a taking community from Ethereum, because somehow this like a cool cult of ordinals and runes, like bringing new people to crypto and to Bitcoin, which is super cool. And I think like a development of runes protocol also like will bring Ethereum people to Bitcoin. So well, to summarize, LFG.
Yeah, so I just wanted to chime in on the macro perspective, right? So when we took a look at Bitcoin in early last year, what was one of the driving factors of value was the activity that was coming in from the ordinals or BRC20 community, which was huge, right? I mean, miners were finally getting paid some ridiculous amount of fees, and that kept the chain more resilient. I think what's very interesting, though, is when you take a look at the activity and development that Ordinals BRC, sure, it's a bit all over the place, but I remember in the past you could only store your Bitcoin on centralized exchanges or your hardware wallet. Finally, we have the equivalent of like a MetaMask, right? Which would be Unisat and Xverse and, so on and so forth. So the activity that's taking place is, I think, very positive. One of my concerns about Bitcoin in the past, as I used to be an evangelist, got in at $200. So I was, just preaching to everyone that this is where you need to be. It's going to run up to 20K, blah. That was in 2016. Now we're looking at one Bitcoin at 65K, and it's going to continue going up, dare I say 100K. So it becomes a bit intimidating for the average person to access one Bitcoin, right? But with ordinals and what Casey brought to the table, you've now reduced the threshold, the barrier of entry. Sure, we all knew in the past internally that you can buy fractions of a Bitcoin, but now, 100 million sats with these inscriptions is really driving a lot of traffic back to Bitcoin. And I think that is a big deal. Now you can look at, right, Bitcoin, instead of like 21 million in circulation, you're going to be looking at 2.1 quadrillion, right, Satoshis, right? So I think that's very helpful. And it's the activity is driving a lot of attention and pointing back to Bitcoin, which is where we need to be. I'm a big Bitcoin proponent.
Yeah, I think Ordinals brought quite a few new things. It definitely brought a lot of new people, which I think is honestly the most important aspect of it. But it also brought a lot of new technology. So there's definitely precursors and really, like, I think from probably as early as maybe 2011, 2012, people had this idea of building applications with Bitcoin or on Bitcoin, and it just wasn't possible because of the system architecture. And at this point now, you have the ability. There's a feature of the Ordinals protocol called recursion, and this was actually this was released into production right around the time of that Bitcoin conference last May. And this changed Bitcoin forever because it allowed, for the first time, anybody in the world to upload code on layer 1 Bitcoin and it could execute. And the first example of this was it was generative art coding libraries. So P5, 3JS, and a compression library were uploaded. This was actually, I was on the team that did this at the time. And we actually met with Michael Saylor at that Bitcoin conference, and we talked with him about this. And he, he didn't know a ton about ordinals at that time, but he was very interested. And we just saw I think it was last month, or maybe it was 2 months ago, but MicroStrategy is building a decentralized identity protocol, which is based off of the ordinals protocol. So it's not using ordinals, but it's using conceptually the same ideas. And so, for the first time in history, we have a publicly traded company that I know of, first time in history that I know of, we got a publicly traded company attempting to build a decentralized meta protocol on Bitcoin. And I think that's a very big deal. And the fact that you can put code permissionlessly on the largest blockchain network in human history, and it's open to everybody, like, it's a very big deal. So for me, I think you have the markets of ordinals, you have the market of runes, which is starting to, I think, kind of it's kind of simmering right now, but I think it's kind of got some explosive pressure underneath it. But larger than that, you have this like technological shift with what I think is the most important blockchain in the world. And it is bringing in a ton of new builders, people from the Solana ecosystem, people from the Ethereum ecosystem. But as Victor noted, it's also, I think, catching the attention of institutional players like Fidelity, who just put out a video, I think last week, about how they're watching the Runes ecosystem in particular right now. So for me, ordinals is the most interesting thing happening right now in crypto. It's not that there aren't other interesting things, but I think, like all of us here, I think Bitcoin is the most important blockchain for a number of reasons. And the fact that you can build a circular economy, the fact that there is now a circular economy for the first time in history on this blockchain is absolutely revolutionary.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to piggyback off of that. I think I speak about kind of everything being denominated in Bitcoin at some point in the near future. And I think that denomination is critically important because there has been an economy on Ethereum where everything is denominated in ETH. But now for the first time, things are denominated in Bitcoin. And I think going further, especially very recently with the launch of Runes, there's a lot of eyeballs coming to Bitcoin. And one question that's always asked is, what makes Runes like so truly special? And why is Runes the token standard that will potentially win out ultimately in the end? And I know both Victor and Bunzi, you guys are kind of going to have really good answers on this. So Victor, I want to go to you first. Talk about why Runes is here to stay long term.
Yeah, for me, it's quite easy to explain. So for a long time, Bitcoin, well, it's still exact, but just like Runes added a layer of abstraction. Bitcoin is a blockchain with just one coin, with a Bitcoin. And Runes created this layer of abstraction where you can create new tokens on top of Bitcoin. And even more, you can also abstract Runes as a kind of a settlement layer on top of Bitcoin. So now, like, for me, it's hard to say about Bitcoin L2 development in general, because I don't believe that we have Bitcoin L2s except Lightning. All other L2s is just L1s with a bridge to Bitcoin. But right now, those L2s can become a bit more similar to L2s if they can kind of settle their shitcoins to Runes. And this is one of the coolest stuff which you can leverage Runes for. But also, Runes itself as a technology is a way more efficient technology than BRC20, because you technically can package a couple million transactions, Runes transactions per one Bitcoin block, because in one UTXO you can package a 32K Runes transaction. So and UTXO is not quite big. So this is the cool stuff about Runes, because first you can do tokens, Second, you can do like millions of transactions per one Bitcoin block, which means you can do DeFi, and with DeFi you can create like a money flowing economy, and Bitcoin will be not just a store of value, but Bitcoin will be an economical layer, which is like what helps to countries to grow their GDP. Like if the money like is circulating super fast, then the GDP also is growing. And well, Bitcoin is already the largest country in crypto. Like if we abstract like blockchains as a countries, but with like a faster like asset flowing and money flowing, it can become even bigger. So like as a whole blockchain ecosystem will grow bigger because of this like effect that runes can create for Bitcoin. So that's why I think like runes is so important and so needed innovation that being created. Well, there's like lots of pros and cons. First of all, like a runes protocol been launched with almost zero infrastructure for builders to build on top. So that's why it's kind of hard to build the products on top of it. But in the same time, it's a kind of a blue ocean for guys like us who understand the opportunity and want to capture this opportunity before everyone else. And it's like easier to compete, especially if you understand the Bitcoin stack. So I would say that there is more pros than cons, and the biggest pros is token plus settlement layer on Bitcoin, and that's why I'm super bullish on it. And we're building multiple stuff besides Runes DEX for Runes protocol at this specific moment.
Yeah. What was the question again?
What makes Runes different, and what will be the defining factors of why Runes will be successful long term?
Yeah, I think if we just take a second and look, I think the biggest thesis I have is like, Bitcoin has the ability to last every cycle, and like new chains will emerge, and if it works and product market fit, it will roll back into Bitcoin. So we'll see things like DeFi emerge on Ethereum, and then look at that, that's coming to Bitcoin. We'll see things like NFTs, so on and so forth. But I think you have to unpack like how we're here. BRC20s, like the protocol makers hated BRC20s, but the market said, yo, we love this. Therefore, we have runes. So for runes to sustain in the way that you're saying and being like the de facto, it's going to have to maintain its code base. It's going to have to keep doing it, or someone else is going to make a better version. So I do think that there's enough rally around runes, and I do think it will become the de facto. But what's cool about Bitcoin is we don't know what we don't know, and there could be a better standard. So it's not that I'm bearish on runes whatsoever. I'm just saying, just the way technology works, is it going to become the de facto? I hope so. But I think unless it's really like nurtured and the code base is keeping up like with the next, who knows? Like when, it's funny we say L2s, but I think like Solana and Ethereum are going to be great L2s to Bitcoin. So it's a really, to me, that answer is who builds stuff around it and who brings like actual use cases to these tokens. And practical use cases nowadays are meme coins, is pumped out fun, is some of these things. So yeah, I think runes, especially in the way it's made, but who knows what the next year brings. But I do think that having fungible token standards on Bitcoin opened up so many ecosystems directly on top of Bitcoin, where we had those circular economies that Mike was talking about. And that's what made these other chains flourish. So yeah, bullish on runes. Also BRC20 with what they're doing with the, adding some stuff into the operation with you can provide liquidity swap, with what Uniswap or Unisat and Best in Slot and Layer 1 Foundation are doing there. So yeah, I mean, I think you can also just look at all the token standards on some of these other chains. Like there's too much space to just have one, there's too much innovation. You have to try things. So that's kind of my thought on. You can always add more token standards. Like just look how many iterations ERC 721 went through. Like there's a lot that can be done.
Thanks, Bunzi. Good things.
Oops, sorry, I didn't mute. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the reasons Runes will succeed is because Ordinals has succeeded. Like if you look at the price of Ordinals right now, the market is down pretty bad, but the market's down across the board in crypto right now, and so I don't think that's really a reasonable judge. But I would say, because I'm kind of in the trenches every day within Ordinals. I mean, I can tell you it's a pretty thriving ecosystem. There's a lot of dedicated like collectors, people who are just like on Twitter every day or in Telegram and Discord, and there's a lot of dedicated builders who are methodically building products to launch at some time during the cycle. And when Runes was announced last year, there was like an incredible amount of excitement within the Ordinals ecosystem. Earlier this year, we started a pre-Runes meta where teams started basically creating Ordinals collections, so non-fungible, like kind of like NFT collections that were sort of like IOUs for Runes that would be delivered once the protocol launched in April. And that market, I don't know what the market cap was, but like it exploded. And so there was
very
a ton
high.
of hype. Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of money slushing around in, between I think late January and April when Runes launched. And, we were 2 months in, and as soon as Runes launched, like there was a steep sort of cliff where I think expectations did not meet what actually happened. But one of the metrics that's really important is since that launch, I think it's over 50% of all Bitcoin transactions have been accounted for by Runes transactions. And so Runes is definitely a thing right now, and it's at its like nascent stage, as I think everybody here would agree, and Victor I think noted well. There's not a ton of infrastructure yet, but there is a lot of infrastructure players. Magic Eden, OKX, Xverse, all of the major Ordinals like infrastructure companies have adopted Runes right out of the gate, and they're continuously sort of like delivering UX and UI improvements. And I think we have Binance is tweeting about Runes pretty regularly. Like they haven't in a few weeks, I don't think, but they're tweeting about it pretty regularly. And just from murmurs that I hear, like I think all of the major players in crypto are looking at Runes and how they can play in this market. And I think at the end of the day, like if there's money to be made, that's how markets work, right? And I think people see that there is money to be made here. They watch Ordinals happen, and they understand that Runes is an efficient fungible token standard on layer 1 Bitcoin. So if you have like rich fungible token markets on Solana and on Ethereum and on many other chains, it almost like stands to reason, why would you bet against a rich fungible token market on layer 1 Bitcoin? And I know that's kind of like it's a heavy rhetoric, but that is, I think, kind of like for me, like the baseline thesis. Like this is Bitcoin. It's the most important blockchains because it's the most decentralized, because it's the most secure. You have plenty of people like the Sailors of the world, like the Bitcoin maxis of the world, that they just won't play in other ecosystems, but they will absolutely entertain things on Bitcoin and almost kind of have to, even if they don't care about fungible tokens or non-fungible tokens, because they care about Bitcoin. Their incentive, I think there's a rich incentive there for them to care about these ecosystems for the sort of for the betterment of Bitcoin as a whole.
So I agree with most of what's being said. I think it's going to be very interesting because it's very early stage. Each standard is most likely going to branch off as we mature, right? Specifically, runes being meme coins. I'm not sure if you all are familiar with the BRC20 5 byte that launched, because the Asia community don't really understand, or they really don't get runes. Unisat launched the BRC20 5 bytes and did the pizza airdrop, which is doing phenomenal. Hopefully you were able to claim that. And then also you take a look at the TTP ecosystem, which is Track, Tap, and Pipe. Benny the Dev and Rarity Garden, those guys are killing it. They're building DeFi on Bitcoin, and they have in their ecosystem the equivalent of Uniswap called Ghosty Cash, where you can swap, because there's no liquidity or low liquidity in runes and BRC20s. You can actually swap out your BRC20 or your runes through Ghosty Cash, excuse me, and they have access to over 230 other coins, specifically like ADA, Solana, USDT. I think what is being built here is very exciting. It's too early to tell. I'm a bit bearish on runes, very bullish on TAP protocol, very bullish on BRC 20s and BRC 25 bytes. But let's see what comes of it, right? I think TAP is most likely going to drive the DeFi ecosystem on Bitcoin. So whenever you get a chance, if you're not familiar, take a look at Rarity Garden, Benny the developer, Satoshi Nakamoto, the founder of Bitmaps, joined the team, right? Very interesting stuff taking place there.
Very interesting. It's so funny. We're talking about BRC20s. Domo just messaged me. All right, so we've talked about some token standards. We've talked about runes. I think we're hearing L2 in some of the conversations already, and I know that it's a topic that Crypto wanted us to talk about. We have two camps. One camp is, in order for us to onboard more users to Bitcoin, we need EVM compatible layer 2s. And then you have the other camp, which is primarily, I want to be as close to Bitcoin layer 1 as possible. I'm only going to be utilizing native Bitcoin in whatever applications that I can. I'd love to hear kind of what everyone's perspectives are, and especially around this massive EVM compatible Bitcoin layer 2 boom right now. I don't know if this number still stands, but last I checked, we had something around 50 to 60 like Bitcoin layer 2s in the works. So there's, again, two camps. A lot of people are not pro Bitcoin layer 2. I started my investment journey in the Stacks ecosystem, and I love the Stacks ecosystem. I do think that there is space for Bitcoin layer 2s, but I'm just curious. I would love everybody's perspective. So since I've been starting from top to bottom previously, Mike Robinson, I'll let you go first.
Sure. I guess Stacks, yes, I like Stacks. I've been following them for years, and I love what they've been able to build out. It's just sad that Alex Labs was recently hacked, right? And they were working on DeFi on Stacks specific to Bitcoin. Rootstock, there's a lot of activity there as well. And those, I believe, were the early builders, right? So I think they came into the space with a more organic ideology, just being ready for all the activity that was going to take place on layer 1. But now we are seeing a lot of opportunists come in the space, claiming to be L2s. So I am pretty concerned about that. I do like all the activity on layer 1 that's pushing for the use case of a layer 2. And I think Stacks and Rootstock are most likely going to get the windfall from that. I'm never really big on layer 2s because they're typically centralized and they typically point back to the layer 1, right? Yeah, so at this point, I'm really just focused on Stacks, Rootstock. There is the opportunity of drive chains as well. We're seeing a lot of that come down the pike. Once again, I think as Bunzi shared, the other alt chains are going to point back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin having the deepest liquidity in the space. It's only natural that that takes place. But yeah, I'm very skeptical of I would say 98%, if not 99% of layer 2s in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Yeah, I would probably agree with. I probably share that same skepticism. I was fortunate to be in Hong Kong during the Bitcoin conference in Ordinals Asia, and actually interviewed several founders, mostly founders of a couple layer 2s, and the term that I heard like repeatedly was trust minimized, and every time I asked what that meant, it was a bit of a different definition. But it's a nice like phrasing. I don't know who came up with it, but it's great. But I'll be honest, yeah, like it's not quite as crazy, or like I don't think we've seen a mania of it yet, but it does sort of like the layer 2, the concept of layer 2 and the sheer number of them. I've heard estimates as high as 100 being built or try to be built, but some of these, I think some of them are, I think, just nothing more than just sort of like a multi-sig wallet at the moment. And maybe that develops into something further, but it reminds me of like when I came into crypto in October 2017, and it was in the middle of the ICO craze. And all I saw were white papers, explaining to me how, essentially something was the future of X, or, the Uber of this or whatever. And I think like the idea is in itself is a good one. Like you need scaling, like I just mentioned. Over 50% of the transactions just right now in the last 2 months on Bitcoin layer 1 have been due to runes, and we've seen during the BRC20 craze of I think like March of last year, 2023, Bitcoin can become unusable for the average user, right? It becomes too expensive. The fees skyrocket, and I think at some point it's just inevitable. We're going to see this happen where if you want to execute, transactions on Bitcoin, it's prohibitively expensive. So I think there needs to be a technological solution there. But like I think several people, Bunzi and Mike have noted, like there are other existing layer 1 blockchains that may be able to facilitate this, like Solana. So I mean, I'm always optimistic about people trying to build in earnest, and I know for a fact there's several teams out there trying to do this. So I'm just kind of in a wait and see situation. The proof is always in the product and in production. But yeah, it is an interesting narrative that doesn't really get talked to too much daily during normal market conversations.
I'll chime in. There's more L2s than users. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I think really though, you got to zoom out and be like, what is the value prop here? Why do we like Bitcoin? It's you don't like it, fork it. It's truly decentralized. And I strongly believe decentralization is a zero sum game. Like once you sacrifice 1%, you have a vulnerability, you have an Alex moment. And I truly feel that gossip networks and like Bitcoin native solutions are going to not only feed the narrative to get adopted, but there are other solutions. And I do think that like if you do want to do high throughput trading, there's a lot of that. And I do think just like we talk about Bitcoin, it being like it holding more a store of value and being okay with trading fees and it being the gold is like, this is just little gold nuggets on top of it. And I do think that like that there's going to be a lot of innovation, but I do think that once you start sacrificing decentralization, you kind of lose why we're all here in the first place. Like there's almost more money to be made in raising money for getting VC funded products done than making a successful product. Like, so a lot of these teams are just like, dude, we can raise how much? And they're building and they're making a WordPress site and they're just like, we're a layer 2. You guys have heard that word before. We're also maybe thinking about AI, and they just put all these buzzwords on a site and they raise around it. Like, that's just the truth of the matter is like, I respect people that are going to move the needle, but dude, a lot of this shit is just forked docs and it's all the same thing. And I really hope that some of it comes to fruition and like we get to use it. But I'm kind of just looking at the amount of money being raised and it's just like an infinite money glitch. And then they make a token and then it's just like, is this sustainable? Is this really what we're here for? Is this what we're going to do with Bitcoin? You could do that over on LARP chains and like, Cardano, and there's a million other ways to make your AI Canva come to life. But like, I think just pointing out the bullshit when you see it is something that we don't do enough. I think everyone's like protecting their bags, protecting this. And like, I got a part of this because it is the most punk rock technology possible. Like this is truly a way to break away from the traditional means of things. And here we come back and it's just like, all right, let's do another round. It's like, that reminds me of just like all these AI startups that my buddies are working at. It's like, and they're just doing the same thing, hitting OpenAI's API, and they're just putting a new skin on it. And it's not, I'm kind of going on a tangent here just to hopefully spice it up a little bit, because it is getting a little bit disheartening seeing like how many fake solutions we need to something that, I don't think is going to move the needle. And people think like, oh, we could do this and it's going to onboard. Bad experiences also offboard users, and people forget about that. And people give everyone the benefit of the doubt of like, oh, they're onboarding, who cares? It's like, have you ever had a bad experience, got hacked, got drained? That's an offboarding experience. So I just wanted, bring that to light because, it's not all kumbaya. It's not WAGMI. This is PvP trading. And, not all these layer 2s are going to make it. They might start layer 3s next, layer 3 winter or something. But like that's kind of my harsh take on it.
Well, my take is, I actually spoke with someone yesterday about this, that I would rather recommend to most of the Bitcoin L2 founders launch the meme coins than like a fake people with those L2s, because like even like let's imagine that those L2s make sense, and those money that they raised so like also needed. But building L2 is like similar to building L1. You need to build ecosystem. You need to have DEXs, lending protocols, NFT marketplaces, and at least like 20 different use cases on top of that. First of all, it's just like hard to convince 20 companies to come to build on top of you. But then like most of those companies will be just like new companies without any users. And most likely like just 5% of those companies will, which means one company, will have an idea where to get those users. So ecosystem game is the hardest game in crypto. That's why there's like a lot of layer 1s, but most of them are zombie chains. Same with layer 2s. But if someone still want to build L2, they need to build it with some purpose for a Bitcoin. For example, Lightning. Lightning is not an effective solution, but it's good for payments. like you will not build like some specific use case in Lightning. You would rather use Lightning channel to just like send money instantly for zero fee, but you will not build a DEX on top of Lightning, obviously. Stacks has interesting way of implementing L2 specifically for Bitcoin, and well, like I have some questions like to like a higher programming language and like why there is no VM on top of Stacks, but it's just a different thing. But at least like their way of implementing kind of looks like L2, because all other L2s, like like I don't know if I should name their names, but yeah, we all know them. It's just a L1 or Ethereum fork with a bridge. Like, why not to bridge Solana or Ethereum? I mean, like next week, our venture studio launching Runes Key, a product of Tricorn network, which will be runes to Ethereum, to Solana, and to some other EVM chains bridge. That's it. Now you have L2s with infrastructure well set. Like, who has a better DeFi infrastructure than Ethereum? No one. So why not to use just a bridge and then bridge to runes or like whatever? And here you go. Like you have a DeFi layer on Ethereum and settlement layer on Bitcoin with runes. Boom, like no L2s are needed. So that's why like I think it's kind of overhyped, and most of those L2s are just meme coins, but who are trying to pretend that they're not meme coins, but it is what it is.
They're building, they're innovating. The one thing I just want to chime in, sorry, Mike, is like we dealt with this on Ethereum too, is fractionalized liquidity is just not it. Like you lose the superpower of DeFi, and now we have pools on Arbiter and pools over here, pools over there. It's like those aren't fucking, those are like kid pools. Like you need very deep liquidity, like, and that's why imagine, I get it, building new chains and building all this stuff, but all this TVL and all this activity and users in a centralized, funny word, I know you guys hate it, but like ecosystem that's when it really activates, because go on Alex, there's no liquidity. Like it just, you can't, why would I provide LP there? There's no incentive. There's just, it's my money's going to go sit and maybe get hacked. Like, and I say that like, and any other name, you just said that in today's chat, but like, if my money's not printing, why would I provide LP? There's too much risk. Like, and if there's no TVL, like, dude, like, why have a swap? That is just, it's just, I don't get it.
So going back to what Victor just shared as well about the bridge between Bitcoin and Ethereum, and someone creating that infrastructure, that's exactly what Ghosty Cash and Tap have done in a partnership with ICP. So I'm waiting on that. I think that's going to be very big. And what Bunzy's saying as well, I mean, just being a VC, you're seeing all these buzzwords, people just creating projects just to align with buzzwords so they can get funding. And I think that's also very disturbing. I came into the space specifically because of what Bitcoin was going to do to central banking. And now I'm seeing like that has been completely removed. And now we've been gentrified, and, we're celebrating BlackRock, like spot ETFs. And that spot ETF is kind of crazy because they launched January 7th, I believe. And that was pretty hilarious how that even went about. But since then, 34 spot ETFs now own over 1 million BTC. And that's what, 5-6 months? Imagine a year, 2 years, 3 years from now.
And that's just the US too, right? I mean,
right, that's just the US.
Yeah. I think Hong Kong, was it last month? I think it was when we were in Hong Kong for Ordinals Asia, right? When the Hong Kong Bitcoin ETF launched. Yeah, and I know
that was skepticism, the Hong Kong Bitcoin ETF, for obvious reasons. But yeah, so the U.S. market is the most dominant.
Yeah. And then now I know Jason from Sora Ventures is working very closely with like a MicroStrategy of Japan. And I've been talking to some other corporations who are potentially considering doing something similar in like their own respective countries. So it seems like there's some traction in this kind of being a MicroStrategy of this particular country, which I think is quite interesting.
So, just quick question, Kevin. You just mentioned Jason of Sora. You're familiar with TAP protocol?
Yeah, absolutely. Me and Jason are very close.
Lovely.
Yeah. All right, so I want to turn our attention into trends, kind of like what's upcoming in the Bitcoin ecosystem. I think right now we're seeing a lot of builders, a lot of layer twos and other scaling solutions are kind of waiting on Babylon to launch. I don't want to go directly into Babylon itself, but I know that there are these liquid staking protocols that are going to be launching on Babylon. And it's kind of a new concept, but there is anticipation of significant TVL coming into the Babylon ecosystem. So I just love some sort of an insight from anybody who's familiar about Babylon, Lorenzo Lombard, which was just announced very recently, and kind of what you think this staking kind of ecosystem on Bitcoin will be like in the next year or so. Go ahead, Victor.
I have a question to the group. Like, do you guys have any idea how Babylon generate yields and where this yield is coming from? Before we will dive deep into about the impact of this.
When you don't know, you are the yield.
Right.
Yep. So the yield is probably coming from some points or whatever, from whoever, from potential Bitcoin L2s. So it's kind of, not sustainable. Eigenlayer is at least trying to secure proof of stake chains with staked Ethereum. So at least this kind of a TVL game kind of makes sense. Still not, but kind of. But with Babylon, I'm still didn't get it, just because where this yield is coming from. On Lightning, as this Strum network, doing liquid staking for Lightning. Well, Lightning generate not too much, between 0.5 and 5% APY max, but at least it's coming from real economic activity and in real Bitcoin. But for everything else, it's kind of hard. Maybe hunting for funding rate on perpetual markets, but it's kind of centralized. But I mean, for Babylon, it's still a big question mark. So that's why I just don't know. It's a cool from TVL perspective and from DeFi perspective for a Bitcoin 100%, but I'm not sure about sustainability, to be honest. But maybe just because I don't understand.
I've been hearing about this liquid staking. Can someone explain it in layman's to me, please?
Well, you put your Bitcoin, get a wrapped version of your Bitcoin on some of other chains, on Ethereum, for example. And in the meantime, your Bitcoin generate yields by being staked somewhere. With Bitcoin, it's hard because Bitcoin is proof of work, so there is nowhere to stake aside of some primitives that been artificially created on top of Bitcoin. So that's why for me it's hard to respond.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I thought it was. But so the counterparty risk, that's just tremendous. Like handing over your Bitcoin to to a third party, trusting them for yield. We've seen this go sideways too often, and I believe in the sophistication of investing is just like not your keys, not your coin, right? If you don't hold it physically, it's not yours. Just a quick story. I started this VC with an NBA player, and we had this nice amount of TVL that was created. And one of the institutions from last cycles that failed reached out to us to actually have us give them our assets so they can generate yield for us. And naturally, that made no sense to me. So I said no. Hindsight being 2020, that institution failed. I'm just saying, if you take a look at, the track record, it's probably going to be something similar taking place with these liquid staking protocols. And I think the crash this time is going to be much more significant than last.
Yeah, with liquid staking, you have to understand the strategy behind where they're putting your. It's just like centralized baking. You put your money in, they put it to work. Do you trust their strategy? Is there a macro strategy with crypto? The way things default and the way that the cascade happens on a lot of these assets, you're putting, a simple. It seems like a low risk effort, but the way things cascade, especially this quick in this market, you're putting a lot of trust into someone's trading strategy that is LARPing super hard, most likely, because unfortunately, traditional trading strategies aren't the most lucrative in this space. I don't know. That's why I participate. This space taught me about financial literacy, but also like wraps in internet culture and a lot of things that don't make sense quite yet to a lot of this stuff. And that's how the average person gets a leg up on trading against, the big guys, if you will. So that's kind of my thought on liquid staking. It can be good, but you have to know what team's putting it together. And if it's not open source, you're probably going to get wrecked.
I actually remember a restaking company from a previous bull cycle called Celsius Network. They did. they actually did the same, right? Like it was a Bitcoin staking platform.
Yeah. See, do your own research. That part's not fun.
Good things. I see you're unmuted.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's made really great points. I mean, I came in 2017 when there were several mantras, and I'm sure these mantras existed before I came in, but the not your keys, not your Bitcoin. It's part of the basics of being I think like a responsible, successful crypto player. Naturally, people are always going to look for, if you get into Bitcoin and you start seeing some, you see your portfolio go up and that's all you're holding. I think you'll start to, human greed comes in and we all start to look for other opportunities. One of the things I want to bring up, like, I'm really glad Mike brought up like the TTP ecosystem. I think that's a very interesting aspect of what's happening on Bitcoin as well. But you have things like Liquidium, which is a lending market for ordinals and now runes. And it's not quite, I don't want to describe the technical details of it, but it's not like 100% decentralized, permissionless. But it's doing very well. I've used it pretty much since the beginning. And everybody I know that's in ordinals and runes uses it. And we're basically either lending to other ordinals or runes users, or we're borrowing from them. And it's pretty straightforward. And it's pretty easy to use. And I mean, I think something like that is a much better situation than what we're talking about, where we're basically giving Bitcoin to somebody and saying like, give me more Bitcoin when you're done, like doing whatever you're doing. So yeah, I think it's no matter what, like there's always new narratives. And I think the point that Mike made is super important. Like the crash, the bigger the bull run, the bigger the fucking crash. And I think we are in for a massive bull run, which everyone should be very excited about. I definitely am. But we should also learn from our previous cycles. This is my third, and I know that crash is coming at some point. So it's something we all have to be aware of. And we're all, at the end of the day, every market is just musical chairs. I mean, the traditional stock market is musical chairs. The real estate market is musical chairs. And I think as long as people understand this and they are taking risk appropriately, it's all good. Like, it's a game. We're all players in the game, and we should be playing ultimately or ideally towards some common goals, like the ones that Bunzi and I think Mike both hit on the head with, like, why we're here. It's to disrupt traditional institutions. The banking industry is one of them, but there are several other industries. Blockchains as a general technology are incredibly powerful. So yeah, I think, like, as long as people understand sort of like how things work, and I think panels like this are great because you get a lot of different perspectives. And I really want to, hats off to the whole Incrypted team, and the community out there, because this is how we learn. I'm learning a lot just from listening to my peers.
Yeah, and shout out Liquidium. They're dope. It's amazing because it's peer to peer, and that's kind of what started all of this, and that's how it works. And like, what kind of person would I be if I didn't shill before we ended? But I am working on an open source platform for builders to easily build on Bitcoin, because that's a friction point right now where there's a big knowledge gap, and we're getting builders using all different types of approaches and building some open source standards around that, and then ultimately leading to Omnisat, like a truly decentralized DEX on layer 1. But I have a pretty cool announcement, or like something that I'm almost ready to share for Bitcoin builders, like, no matter where you're at. If you're on a layer 2, probably not going to want to use it, but but no, I'm just playing. But I appreciate it. But yeah, be on the lookout. It's going to be for people that want to explore ordinals, and the friction to building there, and yeah, a lot of webhooks.
Cool. Yeah, I was just gonna let everybody have their little minute of shilling. So thank you, Bunzi. Buns, how can people get in touch with you, just for the audience, so that they know?
Just DM Kevin, then he'll hit me up. No, you can just
perfect.
Yeah. Hit me up on Venmo, anytime.
Love you, Buns.
Why not or X better than Venmo.
Yeah.
My headphones went out, but I'm sure it was cool what you said.
Go ahead, Victor.
Okay, well, my dev just sent updates that runesdex.com has a new cool release with the charts available, add remove liquidity, so you guys can go ahead and play with first MM on runes that can allow you to swap Bitcoin to runes asset within one transaction, which is kind of like a cool, and it was hard to implement. Yeah, this will be the only thing I will show today.
And the name is very simple because it's also the website, runesdex.com.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Victor. Good things.
Yeah, if you want to contact me, you can just hit up Bunzi. He'll hit up Kevin, and then it'll eventually get to me. No, I'm just kidding. Definitely, let's connect on Twitter. Handle is good things. So pretty simple. I've got two amazing co-hosts. We all host a daily Twitter Spaces called Everything Ordinals. We usually go for about 2 hours. It's 3:30 p.m. Eastern to 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And we talk about all this. We try to talk about as much of this stuff every day as we can. We try to keep on track of what's happening within Bitcoin, ordinals, and runes. And we try to source, some of the best people in the industry. We're very fortunate today, actually, to have the CEO of Magic Eden is coming on to talk about what they've been building. But yeah, we do, me and my business partner, we do branding, marketing, and community building. So happy to meet with people and help them out as best we can. And I just want to thank everybody again. And Kevin, for stepping in as moderator, you did an amazing job.
Yeah, just happy to be here with everyone. This was a real cool panel. I'm going to show some of the opportunities or just alpha that I'm seeing in the market. specifically like DMT, digital matter theory, NatCats, right? I just love that. And the Royals. That's on the NFT side. Dig deep in that whenever you get a chance. BAMC, right? The synthetic dollar on Bitcoin. We didn't get to talk about that. Watching
Yeah,
that.
man.
I know, right? I'm watching that one pretty close. Talk about Liquidium, what's going on there with BAMC as well. And of course, TAP. I think that is going to bring a massive boost into the Ordinals ecosystem. So let's see what takes place there. But you can get in touch with me at Ortchair, OORTCHAIR. Essentially, I'm just a researcher. I identify opportunities before they go mainstream.
Sweet. I guess I can do a little shilling on my own. So I am the founder and general partner of a newly launched VC fund. I know some love, some hate VCs, but we focus specifically on Bitcoin. Like I said earlier, I've been investing in the Bitcoin space since 2022. Previously, I was the investment partner at the Bitcoin Frontier Fund, where I led investments into some of the companies that we talked about today. Quick shout out to some of the companies that I'm an advisor for: Liquidium, Bitflow, Arch Network, which we haven't talked about even today. Shout out to Matt. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. I think this was a pretty damn good conversation. I mean, we pretty much scratched the surface of Bitcoin stuff. We could go on for days, but we only had an hour and like 15 minutes or so. So thank you guys all for being here. I think our time is up. So the Incrypted team, if you want to take back the room, please do. We are all done here.
You're muted,
Evan, you are
boss.
muted.
First of all, I'd like to thank to Kevin. It was really great job, unexpectable moderator, and you're doing really great. Cool questions, cool topics. I was just having fun sitting here, and you're doing my job. It was super cool, and it was fun to see all of you speaking the same language because you're deeply in the topic in this space, and I guess that our audience also enjoyed this panel discussion. You're always welcome in Ukraine offline someday when the war will be over. So you're greatly welcome here. We will be happy to see you on the stage. So good luck to everyone. Thanks for coming. We're going to our next panel. It was super cool to listen to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we're moving forward through our Incrypted Online Marathon 2024. We already had 2 panel discussions. First was held by Vaninch. They were talking about DeFi. And the second panel, which was super interesting and useful also, was about Bitcoin ecosystem, ordinals, and all this stuff connected with good old Bitcoin. So at the moment, we're waiting for some of our speakers and moderators. The next panel will be about Solana ecosystem. By the way, Solana is also our main diamond partner of Ukrainian Blockchain Week and Incrypted Conference 2024, which will take place on June 23, this Sunday. So if you don't have a ticket, you have a last call to buy the tickets on our offline Incrypted Conference 2024. So while we are waiting for our speakers, I will introduce who will be in our next panel discussion. I hope they will come and no technical issues will make them not come. So the moderator of our next panel discussion is Austin Federa. It's head of strategy at Solana. And participants, Arti Utvani. I hope that I don't mispronounce it. Sorry if I did. It's a communication lead at Helium Foundation. Pontus, it's contributor at Bonk. Vidor Gensel, co-founder of Solflare Wallet, and Jerry Lee, business development at Solana Foundation. So we got 3 of speakers and waiting for 2 of them. While we're waiting, I will add them to our panel and have some introduction. Hi guys, nice to meet you. I said nice to meet you in Ukraine because we are in Ukraine and you're online but still in Ukraine. Thanks for coming. It's very nice to see you. So we have Vidar, Pontus, and Arti. So can you please make a little introduction of yourself, of your project, what you guys do?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the introduction, Ivan. Thanks for having me. I'm Vidar. I'm the co-founder of Solflare. Solflare is Solana's first wallet. We were sort of like a group of enthusiast developers looking for some tech that we liked. And way back when in 2020, we discovered Solana and we've not left since, and we don't plan to. Solflare is the premier Solana wallet. Really good user experience, really secure, has all the features you need. That's pretty much it.
Thank you. Pontus?
Hey, so my name is Pontus. I've been working in the Solana space for what feels like 4 years at this point, doing everything from NFTs to infrastructure to now meme coins or culture coins, as we like to refer to them. If you're unfamiliar with Bonk, it's one of the premier cultural coins in crypto, launched on Solana in December of 2022. I am helping with partnerships and strategy and ecosystem growth, which is super fun.
When I first saw the agenda of this panel discussion, I thought like POTUS, the president of the US, but then, okay, I see another N there. So Arti, please make your introduction.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Ivan. Thanks for having me here. You did not butcher my name, so it is spot on. It's Arti. I am the communications lead at Helium Foundation. I have been with the Helium network for more than a year now. Prior to Helium, I was with another DeFi protocol called Re.xyz, built on Avalanche. I've been doing communications and marketing for crypto since 2020. Securitize.io, some early fintech clients got to work on some ground up marketing and communications team. And what Helium is a decentralized wireless network built on Solana. Excited to be here, and over to you.
Thank you. Hi, Austin. Hi, Jerry. We already started, and guys give a bit of introduction of themselves and their projects. So we can continue, and then I will leave the stage to our moderator, Austin Federa. So Jerry, please give us a little introduction of yourself and your project. You're not.
We cannot hear you yet.
We cannot hear you. There's something with the mic. So Austin, tell us about your project.
Sure.
What is Solana?
Yes. So I'm Austin Federa. I run strategy here at the Solana Foundation. Been with the project about 3.5 years at this point. And Solana is, as I'm sure all of you know, and most people in the audience know too, is a layer 1 blockchain protocol that operates in one global state. So some of the characteristics of the network are really fast finality, really high transaction throughput, and very low cost for transactions. And this all operates in one global state, so no multiple layers, no fractured state, no sharding, and that really makes the sort of composable dream of fast blockchain possible.
Cool, thanks. Some guys said that Austin Federa is the guy who is responsible for Solana being on top 5 of cryptocurrencies.
I think that's a very generous statement. I think really all the credit that goes to the people building on the ecosystem, but I appreciate the thought.
Yeah, thanks. Jerry, can you speak
Yeah,
at the moment?
let me know. Can
Oh,
you guys hear me?
cool.
Great.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. It's great to meet everyone. My name is Jerry. I'm on the games BD team at Solana Foundation. So my role is really helping attract and retain high quality games teams and infra tooling to build on Solana. And once they're here, doing anything from growth, user acquisition, some tactical troubleshooting to help them be successful here. It's great to meet you guys.
Cool. So Austin, I'm leaving the stage, giving all the ruler master rights to you. So you're welcome to moderate the panel.
Okay, great. You're gonna come back and cut us off when we're done?
Yeah, you have 1 hour and 15 minutes, so all the time is yours.
Okay, sweet. So we've got a pretty broad purview, I would say, for this conversation today. So I'm kind of curious. I mean, I know we obviously all chatted a little bit beforehand, in the group here, but kind of when you look at sort of the landscape of Solana, where did the projects that you're working for fit in, and how do you sort of see collaboration with other groups on the network? And I know, Jerry, this is gonna be a little bit different for you, but I really want to kind of start off with this broad overview of like, what is the scope of things you are seeing that's both interesting for you personally and interested for the project you work for on Solana, and then we'll get into a little bit more of like the advantages of composability later on. Who wants to go first?
Well, maybe I can go first. Thanks, Austin. So essentially, we're building a wallet. And whenever you talk about cryptocurrency, I guess top of mind is self-custody. So one would say that wallets are an essential piece of like infrastructure, and then whoever wants to like interact with some sort of like cryptocurrency needs to interact with a wallet. Our sort of like goal here is to sort of convey the ethos of self-custody and how like decentralization is important, and at the same time try to bridge some of the hardships that users might have with onboarding to such a technology, right? So I cannot be sincere and say like that if you come to Solana, if you want to experience the whole experience of Solana and self-custody, you'll definitely need a wallet. And I think we basically play a crucial step in that pipeline. Obviously, can experience Solana through a centralized exchange, but I would not recommend that. I would recommend going the native route. Get yourself a wallet, get yourself a bit of Sol. Try doing thousands of transactions for a fraction of a penny, and it will honestly feel amazing.
Love it. Great. Let's. I think that's a good.
I can go.
Yeah.
I can
perfect.
go next. So, hi everyone. So, looking at like what Helium is, going back to what Vidar mentioned, like we do have a Helium wallet app, and a lot of Helium wallet users or Helium network users don't have a crypto background. They don't know what tokens are. They come from a telecom. A lot of service providers on the network IoT side, they don't want to interact with crypto. The minute we tell them, keep your 12-word seed phrase safe, they are like scared, right? So I feel like Solana makes it easier to onboard a lot of users. There are a lot of tools that we can use. In the Helium Wallet app itself uses a bunch of tools where users don't even have to interact. I'm pretty based on how the Helium mobile app is built, where the crypto side is hidden and users don't even have to interact or think about crypto at the first place. So I feel like the onboarding part is easier in Solana because there are so many tools available that you can open source and use it in your wallet. There are so many transactions happening. I remember I was working on this story back when Helium migrated to Solana. It was like the great migration, and I've heard stories where nothing was broken and 1 million hotspots were migrated to Solana with like a breeze of air. And, I feel like something like this is only possible on a technology like that's tested, and the transaction fees being so low just makes it so easy for so many users. So
yeah, the Helium story is always one of my favorites. In part, actually, and this is just like some fun personal trivia, but I was actually involved in Helium before I was involved in Solana. I just was running a node out of my apartment in New York, and it was pretty crazy. So I was at the time over in Williamsburg, and it was talking to nodes over in Hoboken, like through Manhattan on the other side of the river, which was pretty awesome to see. Like, oh yeah, like crypto can go real world in a pretty interesting way. But Helium today now actually is sort of like in the traditional stack view of the world, it's in layer 2 on Solana. Now it's not a layer 2; it exists in the same global state as everything else. But there are layer 3s built on top. Again, not actual layer 3s, but layer 3s built on top of Helium as well, where you have companies like Hivemapper built in part on top of the Helium stack as well, or Baxis. And I just think it's like so interesting that like we have such different dynamics in this ecosystem where all of the stuff can be built on exactly the same layer, which is really not something you see kind of in these other ecosystems because there's that lack of capacity. And sort of, I think kind of along those lines, I think like weirdly you could talk about Bonk as almost falling into the same sort of thing where like Bonk is obviously not a layer in its own right. It is a token and a project and a very successful meme coin, community coin, what are we calling it these days on Solana? But Bonk has actually got like hundreds of different integrations and applications sort of built on top of it as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting like perspective, right? Like I think the way that it's talked about now in like the zeitgeist is much more as kind of a cultural coin, and I think that's kind of where my head goes. But ultimately, like what it's trying to accomplish is building an attention layer in crypto that can sneakily attract the masses, right? So Bonk's history really like started in the depths of the bear market, right? December 2022, as just kind of a fun way of kind of breaching the death spiral, you could say, that was happening on like crypto Twitter around Christmas, and just providing some kind of like fun, interactive like place for people to spend their time. And that's kind of evolved into this, like into what it is today. And so the way that I think about it is a lot of from the perspective of how is it that we are working like collectively, whether it's on Solana or in other chains, just in crypto in general, about bringing attention back to what makes blockchain and crypto fun, which is kind of where my head is at 24/7.
Yeah. I want to kind of dig in a little on like what Bonk as a project has actually been doing though, because I think this is like not well understood.
Yeah, it's incredibly cryptic, right? And I think like at a high level, it's just a dog, right? It is the dog, it's the exclamation marks, and from that perspective, it's like pretty easy to understand. Like my mom's here this week, and she's been asking me questions about what it is that I do, and I think there are a lot of ways to answer it, but at a very simple point, there's kind of two ways to think about it. One is that there's this brand. So Bonk as a dog is a brand that is trying to kind of establish itself in not just crypto and Web3, but also Web2 and Web0, and get kind of the same like recognition that you would kind of attribute to, say, any like culturally relevant entity, right? Whether that's like Gap or Supreme, if you think from the perspective of like American clothing brands, right? Or cultural brands. On the other side, there's also like a technology piece. And in that sense, Bonk is very much both an incubator, an accelerator, and a purveyor of all the developers and all the technical talent that exists throughout Web3. And that's why we spend a lot of time supporting hackathons, supporting IRL events, and also just trying to like beta test new technology out in the field as a way of either proving out specific use cases that we think are particularly exciting within Web3 as kind of that bridge between the Web2, Web3 world, or as a method of just accomplishing onboarding too. Because at the end of the day, the more people we can get on chain, whether that's through a centralized exchange or decentralized exchange, or even something as simple as like a TipLink wallet, or something as, sorry to say, Vitor, but like as complicated as a Solflare wallet, like that is a win, right? At the end of the day, because it enables you to, or enables more people to experience, whether it's Helium or Solana Gaming or Bonk.
Yeah. I want to talk about games for a minute. And I want to talk about games in the context of something that for years and years and years I have been told is coming right around the corner. Games will be real. Games will be huge. Games will take over crypto. Crypto will take over the mainstream. Where are we today on games on broadly in an ecosystem standpoint, like across the industry in general, and then on Solana?
It's a great question. I think there are a couple buckets. The first is probably what everyone here is most accustomed to. So these are what we call Web 2.5 or assets on-chain games. So these, NFTs or tokens on-chain, but most of the gameplay and logic off-chain. And these are what you see in typical games such as like Low Life Forms. Star Alice's main game type will look like this too. So those games are maturing and becoming a lot more sophisticated in what they do on chain, and the gameplay is becoming much more closer to resembling the quality you see in Web 2. So that's still coming along. What's also super interesting is there are a lot of other buckets of games emerging, fully on-chain games, for example, where State and Logic is committed fully on-chain, and Magic Block is doing great work building a framework for that. There's also, variations of Web3 games called like idle games or Telegram games, where it's not necessarily the full-fledged game experience you would think when you think about video games, but it's a gamified experience and people love playing in the gameplay loop. But probably what is super exciting and most exciting to me is a cross between DePIN and games, where when you think about how do you onboard the Web2 masses, it might not be like a killer game out there. It could be a killer game, but it's starting to look like blockchain-enabled games infra that Web2 games companies will also use. So we're starting to see this like segment of DePIN-enabled game dev tools, such as 3D asset creation, or Shaga, which does cloud streaming for localized game networks. There's also Sortium, which is a 3D asset, and Beamable is also making a games backend, but facilitated with DePIN networks. So these are really cool because they use DePIN networks to facilitate compute to process a lot of these like very intense tasks, but it doesn't just address Web3 games. Web3 games can use these partners for whatever services they need, but so can Web2 games. So we're kind of piggybacking off the product market fit that DePIN has to address game companies as customers first. So that's kind of what I think could be a really cool way to start, onboarding the masses and getting, the mass adoption that people always associate with games.
Yeah. So you mentioned something interesting there, which is that there's a lot of game infrastructure companies that are like, launching and growing and succeeding.
Mhm.
This feels new. I feel like in the 2021, 2022 game cycle, there was like maybe one game infrastructure company and there were like hundreds of games. And it always felt weird to me that like the base infrastructure layer is hard, right? That if anything we've learned from DeFi, over the years, it's that like there are only a few companies that are really good at that base layer, and then there's lots of companies that can be built on top of it. Do you think that's accurate? Is the sort of like focus on games infrastructure new and sort of part of maybe the success of this wave that didn't come in the last wave?
Yeah, partially. I think mostly true. What I've seen is a lot of games teams end up having to build a lot of their tools in-house.
Yeah.
And then they start getting really good at building these tools and decide, let me just productize this and make this my business, but also have a game as well. Laddercaster and BuddyLink, for example, that's a team that traditionally has been building Laddercaster for a long time and then got really good at building a referral system and then launched that into its own product. So there is a lot more tooling these days, and that does foster a more vibrant games ecosystem because now you can have Web2 game devs coming in, you could have EVM teams coming in that don't necessarily know how to do a ton of stuff immediately on Solana, but they have, Crossmint, GameShift, tools that help them accomplish the more basic Web3 features right out the gate. And, the cost, man hours, and the speed, right, all of that is much better achieved when you have a partner that is able to cover all of that. So to answer your question, yeah, a lot more tooling coming onto the stage, and that in turn is kind of stimulating more and better games being built.
Nice. I want to talk about stuff on the wallet side a little bit. So I will say that conceptually, Solana is quite different than an EVM-based network, right? From everything down to how you write programs to the account structure model. But one of the biggest differences I would say is we don't have like a culture of hundreds of different ERC specs. And so what that can mean is like in some ways the design space is a little bit larger on Solana because there's a lack of sort of a formal committee that goes through and validates these things. On the other side, there's a lot more work for a wallet to do because it's not necessarily like you can just look around and be like, oh, what's the latest ERC? Should we include this or not? It's, oh, there's this thing SPL 404, which is not an SPL program that sort of came out of nowhere. It's getting a bunch of use. We have token extensions. We have, there's the Metaplex NFT standard, but suddenly there's these other groups coming up with NFT standards. So walk me through a little bit of like from a wallet standpoint, how you evaluate like new technologies and when they make sense to incorporate and when they don't.
Yeah, definitely. It's not easy. And I would say it's like easier than ERCs because like the ERCs in terms of like tokens, they just mostly define interfaces. Yeah, hey, these are the 5 functions that like this like standard should do. Solana is much more concrete in its implementation, meaning that the transfer will always be a transfer, and it's like an SPL program that's like deployed that will always be the same. There's no I've seen a lot of memes on Twitter that like the SPL program has a hidden function called build a wall that stops trading of this specific coin, but that's not true. Programs are sort of singular in Solana, and like all tokens behave absolutely the same. Without some like specific like implementation details that someone might implement. In that sense, like the normal like token infrastructure is like very like nicely designed and like really seamlessly integrated inside of the wallet. Where it starts to get a bit complex is there's only a specific amount of data on chain that we can read, and that we need to rely on some like off-chain metadata pointers to basically be able to show the name of the token, the icon of the token, show some more information like, I don't know, like market cap, circulating supply, and stuff like that. And that is when us as the wallet we need to go to some like external sources, build some additional software that basically complements this information. Now, when we try to dig even deeper, I was early enough in Solana when the first Metaplex like NFT standard was being built. It was definitely very interesting times, and since then, that standard has massively evolved, and it's been a constant like back and forth, seeing, okay, is this going to catch traction? Is it worth implementing? Are we missing implementing something pretty big? And I would say that for the NFT side, like the Metaplex is still like the premier, like the most favored or most used like standard. And then we can go into talk about token extensions, which then sort of bring that complexity of all these configurable parameters of a specific token, which every combination with each needs to be like sort of has some like implementation edge cases. What we usually do, we usually talk with like different, I wouldn't say call them consortiums of people, but rather like groups of people that are embedded, immersed in the ecosystem for a long time. We're talking about tackling like specific problems that the current standards have, and like ways how to improve. We don't usually implement like new standards of like unknown origin, because like building a wallet, I could talk about all the fun features that we have, but priority is always security is always our number one priority. So we need to like very carefully like due diligence every piece of the code that we include in a wallet. And I understand that it might be not the best experience for people building these new standards that believe that their standards will be the best than the other one. But on the other side, I think it makes them work even harder and basically advocate even more, which not only advances like they're thinking about their standards, but also like the community of Solana. When you see someone online that's like really passionately advocating about someone and has really good arguments that the community is like rallying against, that's definitely worth like investing time and implementing. At the end of the day, I think it's like a balance of like technical readiness, community support, traction, and security.
Yeah, the wallet security space is kind of a wild one. It is like a real testament to wallet teams sort of across the space, how few actual wallet hacks there are. Almost everything is sort of a social engineering on the application layer, but there's very few, knock on wood, security vulnerabilities that have actually been found in wallets themselves.
Yeah, I think so. And thanks for saying that, because we serve millions of users that store billions of dollars. And you need to think through our thought process of someone coming to us and saying, hey, include this piece of code that I wrote. It will be harmless. It will work. We obviously cannot do that. The release processes, the QA processes, the audit, security, like it's insane. And that's why sometimes like as bigger like wallets get and like the code base and teams, like both like code security and operational security needs to like massively step up. And that's why sometimes like the release cycles get a bit slower. But it's not because we're like lazy. It's because like we're like super committed to make like a safe and secure environment for the users.
Yeah, so I wanna pivot a little bit here, because one of the things that's interesting is that wallets are, as you're talking about, like safety, security is sort of paramount. Open sourcing is not, right? Open sourcing of wallets is maybe counterintuitively not sort of the default in the standard. And this is not a Solana specific thing. This applies sort of across like a lot of other ecosystems as well. Why do you think there's so much attention on open source programs and there's less on the wallet side?
So I have a few very strong opinions on this. I think if a program is open source and the program is deployed, you can very easily cross-reference the checksum of this build and see if the program that you're looking at is the same as the one it's deployed. This is not possible, however, if you see code base for a mobile app, you cannot 100% know if it's the same code base that's running on your mobile phone or browser extension or website at the end of the day. And I think that the notion of these like open source wallets came from some of like crypto's like legacy, because previously these wallets had direct communication with nodes, direct communication with RPCs. But as blockchains became more performant, faster, cheaper, it stopped being sustainable for a mobile wallet, an Android, with 1 gigabyte of RAM to load anything more than 5 NFTs, to resolve all the metadata, fetch on-chain accounts, everything. It just became technically like infeasible. So I think wallet teams on these like more performant, faster, high throughput blockchains needed to look for alternative architectures that at the end of the day increase like performance of the wallet, the freshness of the data, the speed that the data is delivered. And some of these decisions ended up like being crafting these like really complex architectures, like really complex systems, which as a consequence made open sourcing like hard. So open sourcing at the end of the day is not like, hey, I click this button on this GitHub repository and it's public. It's much more. It's making it like verifiable, making it runnable. And I think our sort of, at least on our side, are thinking that we are sort of number one priority was to like move quickly and bring these like good experiences, bring the best of Solana to users, instead of conveying to some like pre-established crypto ethos that might be correct, might be not, or might be needs to be rewritten at some point. I understand might be a bit radical, but we decided to move quickly and provide good experience instead of just like trying to be as crypto pure as possible, because I think that like crypto purism is what hindered all the like growth or the all like crypto itself.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think there are two main wallets in the Solana ecosystem, or two wallets that have like any serious traction that are open source, and the Helium wallet's actually one of them. So I was kind of curious if you have any of the background on sort of why you guys over at Helium decided to do that project open source or not.
I think if you look at the ecosystem broadly, the Helium ecosystem, as you mentioned, right? Like, Helium is a network of networks. Currently, Helium network today is the mobile and the IoT network, and even the Explorer map is currently open source. It has always been. So in the ecosystem, I don't know if people knew here, we use like realms built on Solana for governance. So the whole ecosystem, the community comes together, writes a proposal, votes on a proposal, approves it. So overall, internally, we want to motivate people in a collaborative system, coming and building together, writing a proposal. As foundations, we are the stewards of the network. So we want to encourage more people coming and building on the network. I think in the crypto ecosystem overall, a collaborative process is just going to help bring more users on board. And I would say open source is kind of, we are just seeing like more applications built. And Austin, going back to your point, like there is HiMapper that is built on Solana, and it's possible for the HiMapper IoT camera to run on the Helium IoT network. It's only because it's built on top of Solana. So I think the user composability of different ecosystem projects coming together on top a network is the interesting part of it. So the collaborative layer just makes everything smooth. And I think with different wallets and tools coming together, it's easier for a user. Just like I use Phantom all the time. I use my Helium wallet all the time. I have a Helium mobile. So for users who don't know, Helium Mobile is a cell phone provider that is built on top of the Helium Mobile, the 5G cellular network. So it's very easy for me as a user to switch between my different apps. I don't even have to think about like, is this really a crypto wallet? Like going back to Pontus' point, like it's really a lifestyle to me at this point. I'm not thinking about interacting with a crypto wallet anymore, but I'm only thinking about, oh, my cell phone app, like the AT&T or a Verizon app. I'm thinking about a Helium mobile app. So I think having those tools, having different people come together, and everybody is trying to solve one problem of how we bring more people and how we like make it easy for more people. And I think if we are all trying to solve that problem, and there is a chain that lets us, play around with these different tools and see what really works for their users and where we can find that product market fit, I think that really gets me excited.
Awesome. Let's see. So where should we go from here? I'm kind of curious about how something like Bonk has been able to maintain, like, let's call it like community support, attention. Like most, I would say most NFT projects kind of have this like, exponential curve of attention, and then it kind of falls off. And I think we've seen a number of meme coins kind of follow that process, right? There's tons that go up, and I'm not gonna call it any specific tokens because then it'll go to the moon and everyone will call me an idiot. But there's been a lot of tokens that have like captured the zeitgeist for a few minutes and then dropped off. Maybe a safe one to talk about is like all those earthquake tokens. Like when there's that earthquake in New York, there were like 5 different like New York City earthquake tokens that popped up basically before the building had stopped shaking. But Bonk has had a lot of staying power. What sort of do you credit that to, both done by the sort of Bonk core team versus like done by the community?
It's a question we get asked a lot, and I think like even when I was in Austin for Consensus, it sounds like there's a lot of research and like a lot of thought being done into this, whether it's from like quite frankly like hedge funds and VCs, which I find like infinitely hysterical, but also like even at the homebrew like developer or just like audience member that's just really interested in kind of figuring out what is like the common thread, right, of not just Bonk but other successful meme coins or tokens, because I do think that there's enough room in this space for there to be like many successful projects. One of the things that I kind of always point out with regards to Bonk's story is that the ECs and the community that rallied around it in early December and all of 2023 was really fueled by just kind of this desire to really never say no, right? And so I think that that's kind of what led to what we saw over the course of all of last year, in the sense that the only way that you end up getting any token or any project integrated at a core level across 150 plus projects and like 30 plus centralized exchanges and like 20 plus dexes is just someone, or not just someone, but like a group of people relentlessly waking up every single day and saying, we're going to make this the best and easiest experience for anyone to come in and build with this. And so if you kind of look at the first like 4 to 6 months of Bonk's existence, a lot of the focus was on the crowd that was still around and building in Solana. And I've always kind of, whether it's with Bonk or whether it's with like other projects I've worked with, always kind of thought about the developers in the space as being like the lifeblood of how you gain adoption, right? Like if you can curry favor with developers so they're empowered and impassioned to work with you, that's kind of what creates this building block, right, for success. And I think it's something that I find like exceptionally clear in like with Solana is like we talk a lot about like composability as a chain, right? So it's easy for me to look up who owns Helium or look up or who's interacting on like the Helium L2s and L3s, like you mentioned, right, Austin? Or any of the games or like referral links that like Jerry mentioned earlier with like BuddyLink. Like that composability that allows me to like index the entire world, for lack of a better word, and then make decisions on how I build based off of that is incredibly exciting. And I think like for Bonk, the way that a good way of thinking about it is that Bonk is simply a context marker of where the attention in the space is at any given point in time. It might have started with like developers and like the core Solana OGs at the very beginning, but that's shifted pretty dramatically over the past like year and a half as the Bonk DAO, Bonk Labs, etc., and like all these teams building with Bonk start exploring new use cases in different like product verticals, whether that's like Web3 native or Web2 native.
Yeah, I want to kind of stay on this for a minute because the idea of crypto as attention markets is like one that has come up a bunch sort of in some people's, like Tarun talks about this a bunch from Gauntlet. And it's always been sort of interesting because if you think about what a ad impression is doing in Facebook and Google, like effectively ad impressions are an options call on attention. Where you can have on-demand inventory created in real time, depending on what person's characteristic is and what the ad's looking for. And there's also a way to look at these things with all futures contracts, which is like a very sort of interesting sidebar as well about like how did Google and Facebook get away with selling advertising futures, but somehow crypto is considered to be a security is like a very interesting question. That someone should ask the SEC someday. But kind of going back to the attention focus component here, how does that, like in a Web2 social network, attention is created by the platform not imposing that much of a viewpoint on the content created on it. So like a trend on TikTok within a broad spectrum of things that are allowed is allowed to go viral. The same thing happens on Instagram. The same thing happens on Twitter. But how does that work on something like Bonk, where there is a Bonk token, right? There's not like there's like a, trend of the moment token launched on top of Bonk. So give me a little bit more of how you guys think about that idea of capturing attention for what's happening.
Yeah. So I think at the core of it, it's one, like understanding what's happening in culture and like at a macro level at some point, and then two, being confident in our ability in like the ability to deploy deploy both social and network effects across those places, right? I don't necessarily think that it's super obvious, but when people have an inherent like buy-in or connection to anything, whether it's an artist, whether it's Bonk as a dog, or like charities or like events, what have you, they tend to show up in droves and at the very least try. And that's one thing that I think I've seen personally across like Web3 a lot over the last 3 years, is that Web3 is full of like Web3 natives are inherently experimenters. And so if you tell them to go and try something, they will go and try. And in many cases, that leads to protocols or apps in finding their first 10,000 users and stress testing their platforms in ways that like you could never have happened before. So I think that's like a pretty like roundabout way of like answering your question, Austin.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like if you can continue to keep people's interests, whether it's as an influencer, whether it's as a coin, or as a brand, and keep building exciting things that keep them interested on a day-to-day basis. And you get really good at trying new things and finding PMF as fast as possible, that's what helps you win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting. I think I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, like
Um,
simply put, like one of the things we do a lot is think about what like simple tech products can Bonk build to capture attention, right? I think one that's not talked about enough, but that we were shocked about when we looked at like the bonk space was the crypto fight night brackets
yes.
that were converted as NFTs, right? And we could talk all we want about how that from the perspective of like turning brackets into NFTs was really novel, but frankly, like the most exciting part of that for me is that bracket, the tech that was built there is generic enough to where you can white label it and apply it to literally any single sport in the world, right? And when that happens, now you have the ability to market test that in a wide variety of different like sporting verticals or like any competitive nature, and that's where things can get very, very interesting very quickly.
Yeah, the piece that I kind of keep coming back to with a lot of this stuff is like, this is one of those places where you can create and destroy assets and IP with functionally zero cost, like constantly. And so there's a lot of interesting like churning on like product market fit and sort of concept market fit that like goes into this as well. I think games have sort of been doing this for a while where like in the mobile game space, like the cell phone version of mobile game space, game studios will release like 10 games that are basically all the same game mechanics, but they're just like slightly different skins kind of on top of them. And the value accrual model has always been like in-app purchases. My understanding of the game market is 5 to 10% of your users generate 90 to 95% of your revenue. That it really is like the people hitting smash on the Candy Crush button are the ones that are like paying for all of your game basically. But there's something very interesting that happens in crypto where the upside from that is distributed out towards users as well in a way that's very different than kind of traditional markets. So I'm curious, Jerry, if you're still connected to us here, because the video dropped out. Like when you talk to games teams building on Solana, how are they thinking about? Oh, I think he's gone. Well, that was going to be a good games question. We will see. We get him back.
Keep asking the question. Maybe it's something the rest of us
yeah,
have
there
thought
he's
of.
back.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. When did I lose you?
I think I heard the mobile games segment, and then there was like, Jerry, I have a question for you, and then
yes.
I decided to drop out.
So, like in crypto, one of the things, just to repeat the setup to this question, one of the things that's pretty unique is that you can have broad-based distribution of ownership in a way that isn't true in like the traditional game space, where even if you have a publicly traded game studio, it's very indirect ownership of sort of what happens on that specific game. It's a basket of the company's performance in general. How do you see game studios approaching blockchain in both similar and different ways from the way that they approach building games for mobile applications or consoles? Not necessarily from like a game mechanic perspective or like what you can do on blockchain, but like conceptually, how are they even conceiving of these games?
That's a great question. I would say, like, to backtrack a little bit, right? Like what Pontus was describing, like finding new, technology or things to do to continue to engage your audience. And it's interesting you segued into mobile games, but because that's the whole, the idea behind live ops, right? Like you have a game and then you continually push out updates or new packs or new skins, something new about the game every 2 or 3 weeks just to keep people engaged and to keep monetizing more. And you're absolutely right. Like 5 to 10% of users make the lion's share of revenue for mobile games. I think what's different about Web3 games versus Web2 games is in Web2 games, right, you are essentially building a game first, and then you're launching it, and then your community comes after. People who have played the game and enjoyed it and want to talk about it. It's completely reversed in Web3. In Web3, you kind of push out this concept, this idea of a game, and then your game might not even be completely done. It's like halfway done. But then a community starts galvanizing around this concept, the lore, etc. So even before your game, right, you're an IP company before you're a games company. So you have to find many ways to engage your community before your game actually launches. And when it does, and through this engagement, right, you become aware of who like kind of the core OG believers in your games are. And so some ways you could do community building. Drip is a really great example of the composability of Solana, where you can give out sponsored collectibles, and these are assets on Drip that users collect. You can read as a game, you can read this data and be able to award something of value in the game because you know that this user is a hardcore user. They went on Drip and collected your collectible. And essentially what that does, it starts building this profile of people in your community who have done these things that help push your game down the pipeline towards launch eventually. And the ultimate, grail is when you do your token launch, right? That's kind of like shifting your IPO from like, years down the line to upfront, and you reward these users who have been pretty instrumental in your success, whether they've collected your Drip collectible or collected your comics on D-Reader or, did all of these social engagement tasks that help you become successful, hold 10 of your NFTs, hold 5 NFTs from other partner projects on Solana, whether that's MATLADs or whether it's Bonk tokens, right? These are all different ways that you can kind of start building up your community. And ultimately, when you have something to offer, not just your game, but something to give back to the community, you're able to index who these people are and what they've done to help you and help reward them. So that promise is kind of what people use to start building community before the game's launch.
So I guess kind of one of my questions for this is like, this is not a model that has been particularly successful in like outside of Web3, right? Like most games of my childhood or high school where it's like, oh, there's a Kickstarter and we're all going to have a say in how the game is governed, and it's 10 years late and everyone loses interest, and it, like the sort of the community governed model of this stuff, or community involvement of getting involved in a game before the game is released, like in the Web 2 world, this always ends in disaster, but it's gone really well for Star Atlas. So like, how do you think crypto kind of escaped the trap that genuinely I can't think of like more than 1 or 2 successful games that launched with like an open crowdfundy, like non-top-down dictator studio type model in the Web 2 world?
That, I don't know if I have a great answer for this question. I think Star Atlas does it well. I think recently Parallel, which is a game on Base, but they're launching their next title on Solana. They introduced a staking feature that people didn't really love, and then they made a bunch of adjustments to listen to the community. So the founder delayed his token vest schedule. They did a bunch of things to kind of decrease supply of tokens, and that was generally very well received. I think for most Web3 games, the team has this tacit understanding that the community that they've built is a super important stakeholder in how the game develops. And in most Kickstarter games, there isn't kind of this forum where people could discuss back and forth what features they want or new partners they should work with. I think for Web3 games, like people are generally more receptive of feedback. It somehow just works well here. And when you have something as impactful as like a token or crypto sentiment, right? Like these things that like are very influenced by the community and thus have implications on the game's performance and its traction. When you have these things kind of tipping the scales, the community becomes a lot more powerful when negotiating with the founders.
I think if I can jump in here, please. I think like at the end of the day, you have to build a game that people want to play, right? And like no amount of NFTs, no amount of tokens, whether they're governance or like otherwise, will save you if your game isn't fun and easy, right? Like there's a reason that Flappy Bird, right, at its like early days became as successful as it was. It was because it was simple, easy, and fun. And I think like in my head at least, I've spent a lot of time playing games, both like for fun and like semi-professionally. We're too quick, I think, in the Web3 world to just like jump in and say, hey, like let's add Web3 Rails to this. And then Austin, like one thing that lives like rent free in my head is an interview that Tolly did a couple of years ago, where he was asked the same question about like tokens and games. And he made a comment about how he doesn't believe that there's a future where we're all going to be shooting retirement bullets at each other, right? So this idea of everyone buying like ammunition in the form of tokens, and then those tokens being like traded on a DEX and like being worth something. It's like, yeah, there's no chance I'm going to go and shoot like a 30 round like magazine if all of them are 10 cents a piece, right? Like I could retire on that money in some countries. So I think like fundamentally, like on the game space, what I believe like Web3 really a lot like unlocks, and Solana again like it does this exceptionally well because of the composability perspective, is allows you to have a completely different design space that you just kind of don't have within like Web2 gaming at all. I know it's like highly criticized that this idea of like being able to buy like skins in Counter-Strike and then use them in Overwatch. But I do think that like even if that's like the North Star that's unattainable, if that's what we're working towards, or like that's like those are like that's the new design space, then like that's a win, right? And that leads to some really interesting like use cases down the line.
And not only that you need to build like a game that people want to use, but I think it like ends up being like who is best at navigating risk. Because if a game development agency has the capital and wants to build a game and they think they're good at it, they're just going to self-fund it and they're going to build it. If they don't, they might get an investment from venture or someone, and then they're going to be pushed to deliver that game based on the promise that they will deliver that game. But sometimes like mass retail is the toughest investor you can have, because they can sometimes be too like mellow and sometimes too harsh, which sort of if you're at a publicly traded company is like really hard to navigate when you're small. And at the end of the day, it like ends up in like everything falls apart.
Yeah, one of the blessings and curses of crypto is the fact that everything is public markets that are 24/7, 365. I think we forget how much like weirdness in the traditional equities market is based on having opens and closes, let alone having like public markets. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those like fun sort of, I would say, low-level thought experiments to be sort of like, oh, what would have happened if Uber's stock was public from day one, right? Would the company have been worth more sooner? Would it have been worth less sooner? Would it have never gotten the ability to grow into the place it needed to today? I think this is like one of the best arguments that like crypto is like fundamentally building something different than just like equities companies where you've tokenized ownership, because the fundamental way that something like Helium was built and came about. I mean, Helium is my favorite story because it's like a 10-year-old startup that spent the first 6 years failing to launch a non-blockchain product and then like pivoted into like, oh, the actual thing we're missing on building this community-owned wireless mesh network is like financial incentives via a token. And like that was like the major unlock for that network.
Yeah, so I would like to chime in a little bit, right? Like, what are we really, as a blockchain technology, shifting gears from gaming a little bit? Like, Helium is a real world utility, not necessarily gaming, but what's really the blockchain is trying to solve a coordination problem by, like, incentives is not really a major part of it. If you think about Bonk, if you think about Star Atlas, a lot of these companies are not thinking about crypto first, but they're trying to solve a real world utility and trying to make it fun, trying to make it easy, trying to really onboard users without having them to think too much about it. Going back to the attention span that we have for the users online these days, the reason some of the campaigns are viral on TikTok or Instagram is because they are getting these first 3 or 5 second attention from the users. I think that is so important. So I like how, if we think about like 10 years ago when Helium started, they were really trying to solve a challenge of what happens when a sensor leaves the campus. If I think about it, like today when I go to a coffee shop, I have to go and ask them for a Wi-Fi password. That is a problem. So if you think about like crypto, you really should try solving a real world utility. In Helium's case, like Helium network today is two, like one for cellular and one for sensor. They're trying to solve a challenge where if a sensor leaves the campus, it should be permissionlessly connected to a network. It is a problem today when I travel. If I go to a coffee shop, if I go to a co-working space, I have to go to a front desk and ask them for a Wi-Fi password. I don't think, like in 2024, I think I should have access to internet even without thinking. Like when I'm walking on the road in Austin or I don't know, in New York, I should be able to connect to a wireless network on my fingertips and don't even have to think about it. So I think solving that real challenge and how do you gamify it? Like internet is a boring topic. Nobody's like even actively thinking about it. But you think on what Helium is doing on the mobile side. So it's in like you can turn on discovery mapping. I don't know if you have used the Helium mobile wallet app, but you can, I don't have to interact with crypto. If I'm using my Helium cell phone plan, I can go in my wallet and turn on discovery mapping, and I can get mobile rewards that I'm just using to pay for my cell phone bill. So I'm if you think about it, it's just like a cell phone provider. I'm sharing. There is so much data that you share with like AT&T, Verizon, Apple, and all these companies. Subconsciously, you are like agreeing to so many forms, and we are doing that so much in the centralized way. And what Helium is really doing, it is giving the people back the power of controlling their own data. Like, hey, you are walking around the neighborhood, you are sharing your location with me. Do you want to turn on discovery mapping? And then here, you can go about in your life. You don't have to think about it. And then I'm paying for my cell phone service. So I think the utility that is coming to me as a user, that's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a fair overview of how this stuff kind of gets built out. So we've got a few minutes left here. So I think like one of the things I would love too is just like if there are topics that you guys are interested in sort of exploring and talking about today that we haven't got to, if there's any that sort of come to mind, what you're kind of looking forward to sort of coming up until Breakpoint as well. Anyone want to jump in?
I'll ask a question to you, Austin. What are you excited about for the next 6 to 8 weeks on Solana?
Next 6 to 8 weeks. So there's some really cool stuff that John Wong has been working on that's going to get released soon. I'm really excited for sort of all that to go public. It's like some new application level frameworks to build cool stuff on Solana. If you see him in Kuala Lumpur right now, you can bug him about that and see if he'll tell you what he's doing or not. So I'm very excited about that. Look, I think there's a ton of really interesting stuff that's sort of happening this summer on the traditional finance space on Solana. This is a space that I've been historically pretty, I wouldn't say bearish on, but like it's always takes way longer than you think. Like it 2.5 years for PayPal to get PYUSD launched on Solana. But there's a lot of institutions that are really seriously taking note of what's going on Solana now and starting to build RWA issuance protocols on the network. And so I'm very interested to see how that melds, if it melds at all, with like the DeFi degen community on Solana, or if these become kind of two separate groups, the same way that, there's lots of games activity happening on Solana. There's lots of, IoT and mobile activity happening on Solana. I think the overlap between like Solana gamers and Helium network operators is probably very small, but they continue to sort of exist in this one global state. And so I'll be very curious to see how these traditional financial institutions integrate or don't integrate with the rest of the Solana community.
That's super interesting. I would say like the one place where they overlap, and that anecdotally are Saga holders.
Yes.
Which is, just a really cool observation.
Yes. What else are you guys excited about?
Well, apart from all the technical advancements that like everyone can mention, and like all the like clients that will make the network more stable and like experience better, I'm particularly interested, and this has like caught my eye in the past like few months, is that how Solana communities and validators are sort of working together in sort of eradicating these parties that like do malicious MEV. Like I'm really sensitive about like user like security and their experience, and uh, seeing that previously sort of like there was some abuse to like through the Jito mempool, and thankfully Jito turned it off right now. I'm really happy that like people and like groups are working towards like having a more sort of equal like playing field in terms of like landing transactions, transaction priority, and at the end of the day not getting like their trade ruined by some like arbitrage bots that like paid. I think like it's a bit more technical, but and it's not like really apparent from like the surface level, but this will make I think at the end of the day Solana have like much less like on-chain failed transactions. A lot of less people will try to do like shady stuff on the network, which at the end of the day was good for testing the network. But now that we've sort of reached some sort of stability and is getting better and better, I think all the new like bandwidth and throughput will open up to like consumer apps that we see more and more. So more consumer apps and like less sort of toxic participants.
Yeah, there is this like funny thing that happens where something like OR will launch on the network, and there'll be sort of this like 2-week period of like, God damn it. But at the end of the day, like these are incredible, basically free stress tests of the network. And one of the awesome things about every time someone breaks Solana in some small way, it like uncovers something that either engineers weren't aware of or was somewhere on the prioritization list but like hadn't been moved up to the top yet. And so I think a lot of these things can feel really hard in the moment, but like the network is way stronger today because of OR launching, the same way that the network is way stronger because Metaplex totally saturated the network with NFTs like back in 2021. The network's way stronger than it was because of, all these like crazy like MEV and ordering opportunities that went on in the like I guess middle of 2022. Like this stuff feels painful in the moment, but it really makes the network way stronger. And so it's hard in the moment though to be like, man, I just want to like, well, can't these guys just turn this off? I just want to land a transaction.
I mean, the reality though is that future state means that all three of those have to exist at the same time, right? Like the beauty about open source, the beauty about Web3, and the beauty about like what Solana is trying to accomplish is that you can have MEV competition, you can have Helium, you can have bonk trading, you can have all these, and like you can have Metaplex literally like puking out CNFTs all at the same time, and everyone else doing, and like PayPal doing Pi USD, and everything else happening at like concurrently, like at the same time on chain. Because otherwise, like, what's the point of us saying, like, as a community, oh, only these things should exist, right? Like, the reality of like the world we live in is that there will always be malicious actors. there will always be developers that are that are creating programs like Or. There will always be legitimate like companies like Helium deploying like hundreds of thousands of devices that all need to coexist, and they're looking for the best technical solutions and best platforms to do that on. And so yes, like stress testing is good. Yes, community like consensus of like turning things off and on is like positive, but I would also like make the argument that like we have to be prepared for a future where all this stuff coexists. And I think, Austin, to your point, right, like the downtime in between is where the developers and the engineers get a chance to like breathe, test, and rethink about how do the prioritizations and how do the features that we build out get us closer to that future.
Yeah, I mean, lest we remember that when Bonk launched, everyone hated it.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is how it always goes, right? Everyone hated Iggy's token when it launched. Everyone hated Bitcoin Lightning when it launched. Folks are OG enough to remember how everyone was calling it a scam. So like this stuff takes time. Like there's this weird mix in crypto of like very future forward, like accelerationists, but also like incredibly stodgy and conservative at the same time, in terms of like what design space you're allowed to work in. And then people get comfortable with it. It's like the water warms up and they're like, oh, okay, I'm fine. This is actually cool and interesting. But it's always surprised me how conservative a whole chunk of the space is when it comes to like what you're quote unquote allowed to do and not allowed to do from a design decision standpoint. So it's a good reminder to say like, yeah, everything really, it's permissionless, it's decentralized. It doesn't have, approvers on what's allowed to be built on the network. And like, that's actually where the power comes from. That's not a bug. Well, we're just about out of time here today. I wanted to see if anyone had sort of closing thoughts or remarks you wanted to share with the community before we log off for today. Jerry, give us some inspiring words on games and how people can get in touch with you.
Yeah, so the best way to get in touch with me, I'm so hesitant on giving out the Telegram, but find me on Twitter. I think if you're following Incrypted on Twitter, you'll see my handle there too. Lots of cool stuff we have cooking for games on both the content and infra side. For Breakpoint, we'll have this really cool games village set up. So a bunch of kiosks, a big interview pod in the middle, lots of ambassadors, KOLs running around giving you the alpha on a lot of these games. So please make it out to Breakpoint. You'll get to see some of the great games I'm talking about here.
Awesome. All right, give us what is the summer have in store for Bonk?
The team is heading out to London and Paris for some fun activations here in the next 2 weeks. So you'll catch us at London Hacker House and in Paris with the American Football League that's just starting up there, which is super exciting. And then after that, we have some fun partnerships we're announcing as well, kind of across a variety of different spectrums, Web3 and Web2. That we're pumped to share. And then all eyes are set on Singapore and Breakpoint. We'll be out there both starting for Token 2049 and leading into Breakpoint and, of course, the F1 race. We'll have plenty of activations going on there. So catch us at any of those events and stay tuned to socials for everything else that's to come.
Awesome. What about Helium? I know you guys are doing a little, like Helium mobile side's doing a little like city tour of the summer for the wireless network.
Yeah, we have Helium Mobile is doing city tour all across the United States. We are also getting up for Breakpoint, so come find the Helium Foundation team members. We'll be on a lot of stages. We have a few members in Germany right now, so if you are in Germany, there's a conference happening. Follow Helium on Twitter. A lot of exciting events updates. We have one coming up, Sensors Converge in Santa Clara, California, in 2 weeks. So a lot of IT developments happening and mobile cellular providers coming on the network. So it's exciting times. And I'll be in Singapore as well. So see you guys at Breakpoint.
Awesome. And what's new for Soulflare?
Yeah, so we had a few big releases with trading features. Market has requested a lot of those, so we didn't make it easier for you to speculate. We made it easier for you to get informed. So like both on our web wallets, extension, mobile, like nice clean overview of what you're aping in, so you can make a more informed decision before you do. What's in store? You can find the Soulflare team on basically pretty much every Solana event up until end of the year. We plan going on all of them. And in terms of like big releases, I don't know how much I can say, but there's some like really fundamental differences coming in how we perceive wallet looking like. So there's some food for thought. Something's going to be like very interesting when next time you first open Soulflare after that release. That will happen sometime this year.
Sweet. Looking forward to that. Well, thank you all for joining us here today. Appreciate the time. We'll hand it back to you guys now.
Thanks, Austin. It was really great discussion. Interesting questions, interesting answers. There was a question, what are you excited with? So I'm excited with the fact that Austin Federa is the moderator on our online marathon, and and then Albert, the CEO of Solana Foundation, will be the speaker at Incrypted conference offline. So I'm very excited about that. And I also wanted to share some fun use case which happened just during this panel discussion. So Pontus asked, has anyone launched a token for this panel yet? And some random smart guy actually did it. And at the moment, we have market cap over $10,000 for this token, Pontus. It's called Pontus Marathon Meme. So it's about the use cases, yes, and easiness of creating tokens. We posted news in Incrypted that only during May there were nearly 500,000 tokens launched on Solana. So it's that's really wild. But if you don't have Pontus, I don't know what you're doing in crypto, so you can test it by buying this token. And I understand that we are from Ukraine, and we don't have regulation, and I can read a statement which you can join. So in case of any investigation by any federal entity or similar, I don't have any involvement with this group or the people in it. I don't know who I am. So, guys, it's really cool.
I'm not affiliated with this token whatsoever.
Absolutely. So, but it's really cool experience, which we can't even imagine a year ago, because it was so much. So hard to create a token, and now a random guy from the community just screened the Pontus from the panel and created a token. It's really wild.
Incredible.
So guys, thank you for this panel discussion. Thank you for the new meme, which already growing. So we can't wait to see you someday offline in Ukraine. You're always welcome. We are here. So thank you.
For those of you there in person, Dan Albert, who's one of the two executive directors at the Solana Foundation, is going to be in Kyiv for the actual IRL conference, which is very exciting. There's a whole bunch of like the original. You should talk to him in person about this because it's a fascinating story. But a huge amount of the OG original work on both the validator network and the builder network was builders from Ukraine. And so like that area in the world has always sort of had a special call in history to the Solana network. And so it's very cool for him to be visiting and be able to be back there now. So I wish I could be there, but unfortunately I couldn't make it this year.
thank you for that. I hope that it will happen someday. It's just because of this stuff we can't control. So some days it will change, and you're always welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we are moving forward to the last but not least panel discussion. It'll be about DePIN landscape updates. And we already had 3 panel discussions about DeFi, about Bitcoin ecosystem, and Solana ecosystem. And during the last panel discussion, some random guy from the community created a token named by one of the speakers. It was wild, but just if you didn't see it, get back and watch this panel discussion. It was really interesting. So our next panel discussion is DePIN landscape updates, and I will add the participants and introduce them. Hi guys, welcome to Ukraine. It's online, but you're still in Ukraine because we're hosting it in Ukraine. It's great to see you all. So today, the moderator of this panel discussion will be Niks Makharzhevsky, from its Chief Investment Officer from Solus Group. And the participants are Erhan Ernek, Product Manager at Sorchain, Megan Kleeman, Founding Officer at Filecoin Foundation, Sanjay Saini, Head of Partnerships at IT Edge, Alireza Gods, CEO and co-founder of Netix Network, and Tausif Ahmed, VP and BD at IONet. I'm sorry if I mispronounced somebody, please. Sorry. I hope that everything was just great. So I'm giving the words to the moderator, Nick. The stage is yours. You have an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, awesome. Hi, everyone. Happy to see you all here and happy to have you all board. So let's start quickly here. Yeah, you can share a bit more details on what you're doing in the space, on what you're building in your specific products, and what is your basic role in each of it. So yeah, feel free to go. I think someone who can start. Let's make a first word for the Megan. So Megan, feel free to start, I think.
Sounds great. I'll start. So my name is Megan Kleeman. I'm one of the heads of the Filecoin Foundation. Filecoin, for anybody who doesn't know it, is a decentralized cloud storage network. So you can think of it a little bit like Airbnb for cloud storage. Anybody can open up hard drive space. Then we break up the data and put it onto different people's computers or different data centers, allowing an open source networked cloud computing infrastructure that has like the size and capability to compete with large cloud storage infrastructure systems like Google or AWS. And it's really a platform that lets us rebuild the internet in a much more open source way, take us out of like the walled gardens that we're currently in, and bring us back to a lot of the ideals of the original internet.
Awesome. Then we can continue forward to the Tausif. Feel free. The stage is yours.
Yeah, absolutely. So hey, everyone. My name is Tausif Ahmed. I'm VP of Business Development here at IO.net. For those who are unfamiliar with IONet, we're essentially a decentralized GPU clustering network built on Solana. So what that means is we're taking latent compute capacity from a variety of sources out there, all the way from independent data centers, crypto projects, crypto miners, all the way to sort of community members and gamers with latent GPUs in their computers, plugging that into our network, offering a clustering technology based off of the Ray framework, which is the same framework that was used by OpenAI to train ChatGPT, to cluster all these GPUs in a decentralized manner in a highly performant way, and then offer that up as a compute access mechanism for AI/ML developers, startups, enterprises, anyone who needs access to compute in order to perform AI model training, inferencing, fine-tuning, and a variety of other use cases.
Great. So Sanjay, you can continue.
Yeah, hey guys, my name is Sanjay, and I'm the head of partnerships at Aether Edge. And Aether Edge basically represents the next evolution of decentralized community-powered edge computing through its enterprise-grade hardware. And it's built by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is like a huge company in the Web2 space. And basically, we provide computing resources to gaming and AI projects. And we recently just launched about like a few months ago, and actually a few weeks ago. And we still have our sales going on. And today is the day when the Aether Edge devices actually go live, and they are going to be actually in the field providing resources and computing power to gaming, AI, streaming, and few other types of projects. And just want a quick intro of that.
Awesome, thanks. Then Alireza, you can continue. Happy to hear a bit more from you.
Thank you. Co-founder, CEO at Natix. And I really like the analogy that Megan used, Airbnb for storage. So we were the Uber for cameras, I would say. The same way that Uber has the largest taxi network in the world without owning a single taxi, we want to build the largest camera infrastructure in the world without owning a single camera. And we use our own AI technology together with this camera network to collect geospatial data, traffic actions, potholes, congestions, and this data is being used to cater autonomous driving applications, the smart city applications, mobility applications. I think many people know us by our flagship product, which is a smartphone application. You just download it, you put it on the dashboard of your car as you're driving around. AI is mapping the world, or collecting geospatial data, and you actually earn our token. So it's a gamified user experience. It's quite fun. It provides navigation and dash cam and parking availability services, which is a ton of utility for the drivers. And yeah, that's pretty much what we do at Natix.
Awesome, thanks for a quick point. Can everyone mute themselves when they're not speaking, because we can have a bit more technical problems here with that. So yeah, it would be helpful. And Erhan, the stage is yours. Feel free to let us know more about the Sorchain.
Hello, everyone. I'm Erhan. I'm the product manager of Sorchain. I'm from Istanbul, Turkey. Sorchain is a blockchain platform focused on mobility, leveraging a layer 1 DePIN to transform vehicles into smartphones on wheels. This enables the collection of real-world data, development, and enhanced mobility experiences for all participants. So Sorchain brings together an ecosystem of drivers, car owners, motorbike owners, app developers, mobility partners such as car manufacturers, tier 1 suppliers. So it enables a collaboration and innovation across various stakeholders specifically designed for mobility sector.
Awesome, great. I think for now everyone is super clear and super understandable what you are building in the space, so we can move forward with a couple of questions, like the general ones for the start, so we can hit it up. And the main question basically for all the DePIN sector, can you let us know a bit more specific on where do you use this decentralized physical or private infrastructure network in your solution, and how it basically impacts on the stuff that you're building? Because some points can be built without DePIN, but I think the DePIN itself is really specific. That's why we have this narrative. So share your thoughts. Feel free to go.
Yeah, I can jump in first. So, I mean, Filecoin is inherently a DePIN, DePIN network, right? We are a decentralized physical infrastructure network, like we always have been. We are, creating physical infrastructure and chaining it together using blockchain to create, larger infrastructures than would be possible without the, without the blockchain element, or taking a bunch of small businesses and putting them together in a way that wouldn't be possible. But on top of that, we are doing a lot of other DePIN like layer 2s. So we have a lot of projects that are being built on top of Filecoin. We currently have a really exciting project that is taking weather data, Weather OS, and using Filecoin as the backend storage, and then using Filecoin's compute networks to be able to do more accurate weather prediction, using this like decentralized set of like little weather stations that are held by people all over. And I think there's a lot of exciting ways that all of our different technologies kind of build on top of each other to create this beautiful vision that we have of, of a future where our physical objects are not just communicating with large tech companies who are owning our data and potentially working in ways that are opposed to our interests, but actually creating systems that are owned by people and rewarding the people who are interacting with them.
I'm happy to jump in next. So kind of very similar to Megan, with IO.net, a lot of the thesis behind it was essentially kind of democratizing access to compute, right? Which is a really, really valuable resource in sort of this new world of, AI and ML and whatever we're kind of entering into, and kind of talking about sort of like DePIN as a balancing mechanism towards like some of these centralized entities is kind of like the crux of the point that I'm trying to make here, right? So with major sort of chip manufacturers like NVIDIA and AMD, there's only so much compute, like high-end sort of like GPUs that they can build that end up getting sucked up by the tech monopolies of, the Metas and the Teslas and the Apples of the world. Which makes it really, really hard for the rest of, like the 99% of developers and startups and everyone else trying to build in the AI ML space. So there's this opportunity in the fact that there's actually a lot of latent compute capacity that's out there, but it's completely uncoordinated. So that's where kind of IONET comes into play as a DePIN, kind of offering a blockchain-based solution to trustlessly coordinate all this latent compute capacity, bring it together in a format that's actually accessible and usable by everyone else out there who needs it. And by the fact that we can do this using blockchain without having to take on massive like capex and opex that centralized entities have, we structurally have kind of an advantage in being able to pull all these resources together and be able to offer them to developers who need it.
Maybe I can go next on Natix's side. So the physical infrastructure for us is cameras. And the funny background story is we were in the business of providing AI software for CCTV cameras, these cameras that you see on public and private properties. And we realized that it's not scalable because they're very expensive. So $6,000 per camera if you want to install it somewhere in your highway, for example. And you can imagine if a city wanted to install 2,000 cameras, it was a huge capex investment. And that's why we came up with the idea, okay, we have seen Heliums and Filecoins of this world working, so why don't we try to create the smart camera version of that? And that's how we kind of started creating Natix Network. And what is also interesting is like vision-wise, why we want to build a camera infrastructure is because I believe camera is the most powerful sensor network that you can build. If people have drove with Tesla, it's interesting to know that Tesla is only relying on camera and computer vision AI to do the complete sensing and to do the complete basically autonomous driving just by this one sensor, right? I mean, they have 4 or 6 of it around the car, but that's pretty much it. So the depth of information that you can grab with camera together with computer vision AI is crazy. And as I always say, in this case, sky is not the limit, AI is the limit, and AI is growing at a super, super fast pace. If you guys have seen the recent OpenAI computer vision, let's say add-on, you can just pretty much point your camera at any scenery and you can say, find me the speaker, or, tell me what's happening in this scene. So there's a lot of, context that can be extracted from this sensor for all kinds of application. And yeah, so going back to, again, why DePIN? Because it's going to be way too expensive to build this in a centralized way. That's why a decentralized way makes sense. And also from liability point of view, like it's a quite sensitive infrastructure. If ever a company wants to build such an infrastructure, I don't want to be the CEO of that company that is building it in a centralized way, because it comes with a ton of responsibility. So, when we wanted to do this, we said, okay, blockchain is a solution for us to fade away and let the network essentially manage itself and the community to manage itself. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go next. Yeah, I just kind of want I want to kind of follow up on what Ahmed was saying, because I think Aether and IONET are doing a lot of similar things here. So Aether for nodes, right? Like they're like these gamers, and they're like so many people with GPUs in the computers all around the world, which are like Ahmed said, which are like untapped resources, and nobody has access to it, right? Because they don't want to give their GPU resources and GPU power to centralized entities like Meta or Amazon or AWS or other countries like or industries like that, because a regular person playing games on the computer, they just probably don't trust that centralized entity. So what you can do with Aether nodes is like you can use these nodes, checker nodes, to basically provide computing power from your GPU whenever you want, depends on how many hours you want to do that, to these products who need the computing power, and at a cheaper price compared to a centralized entity like AWS. And we went a step further than that by building our own chips as well, by using Qualcomm. So while not building our own chips, but partnering up with Qualcomm and providing these GPU chips and /CPU chips to anybody who just wants to like have something plug and play system in their house. Maybe they don't have a computer, maybe they don't have a GPU, but they still want to get involved in this GPU gold rush, or one might say, they can do that using this Aether Edge device. So we try to kind of like touch both points when it comes down to this GPU computing infrastructure world, and yeah, I think that's where we are right now.
Can I just double down for a second on what Alreza said too about like how revolutionary it was that Tesla moved over to just using cameras? Like this was like very, very unheard of for the world of like self-driving cars, right? Like thinking that you could do this without LiDAR. And I do think that like it's a great example of, like when you really get a lot of information together and you network it together, that you can do things that people didn't think were possible. Using something like just cameras, or just, like Tassif with like IO.net, that you could really like do these like amazing things, when you network a lot of physical infrastructure together. And I just like, I felt like that was like a point that we like glossed over, but it was like totally revolutionary, right?
Yeah, and I think it also is more important that we own our data when we're going that direction. Another crazy thing, speaking of Tesla, is that their new algorithms, they do not even require AI engineers to go and fine tune how the car should drive, right? So the input is video data of the car itself, and the output is a new updated AI model that is better, essentially. So there is no AI engineers are essentially becoming irrelevant in this world, and data is becoming relevant of your car. If you own a Tesla, I mean, if you're not in the data business per se of a Tesla, but I think DePIN is also a lot about, not just infrastructure ownership, but also data ownership, and it's all binded together, and that's where the world is going. With the AI going this crazy pace, I think DePIN is really the only solution out there for us to stay relevant and at least own what we should own, which is our data.
Yeah, 100%. Because it's not like these technologies aren't going to continue to like progress forward. Like if there's value to be had from them, like they're going to move forward. But if we're not pushing it to happen through DePIN, we're de facto pushing to have our data owned by somebody else, and somebody who probably has interests that are opposed to ours and wants to either profit off of us or like spy on us.
Yeah, awesome take. So Erhan, maybe you can also share a bit more, as you are in this mobility space and probably have insights from the other part of the world, as you're basically located in Asia and working for the Asian market. So maybe are there any insights there like that?
Yeah, definitely. I also agree the what we can do with like only camera sensor data. So there's like multiple sensor data available in a car, and this verifiable, authenticable car data or any sensor data that's coming from a physical product is the most important thing that depicts what the DePIN will become. In SwartChain's case, we have a physical device that provides data to the network through some hardware units that is securely collect data from the cars, which is compatible with maybe most of the vehicles on the market today. We also have other versions for motorbikes and support some API connected cars like Teslas without needing the hardware. The infrastructure ensures that the data generated is honest, plausible, it's authentic, using some various cryptographic mechanisms, starting from the hardware level to the protocol level. So we try to enable like a real-time data transfer, allowing the requester parties parties to have access to these valuable data, create applications offering various services with using this data. So this became possible with the intermediary nodes on the network. Like we have runners, what we call them runners. They facilitate the data transfer and perform some computational work on it, which helps advancement of the data processing AI capabilities that could be built. As key values, I would say we empower data ownership and monetization, which we allow users to control and profit from their data, which is never done before, not profiting from your vehicle data. We enable creation of multiple applications for the public, enhancing some of the experiences regarding safety. It could be like entertainment, countless applications. It creates a data marketplace for mobility data, enabling efficient data exchange and utilization across all multiple parties in the sector.
Hey guys, I guess that Nick just lost internet connection. It happens nowadays in Ukraine. So please continue the question he asked. Maybe someone didn't ask it, and I'll try to continue this panel discussion. Thanks.
Thanks,
I think
Evan.
all of us answered the last question. So either we ask a new question or we just go freestyle, whatever you.
I think in terms of one thing I'll kind of just like add, especially for this like automotive use case, I think is like really, really interesting is I think as we're kind of like talking about, like AI and sort of like what kind of like wave of disruption is going to come over like, society over the next like few years. I think one thing that's probably like top of mind for everyone is just kind of like the societal change of just, like people are worried about losing their jobs or being displaced, and like how do they have access to economic opportunity and things like that if like AI is like automating everything away. I kind of think DePIN is sort of an interesting answer in terms of like how we take on that question, right? Because with like people, we essentially have like people have like a variety of essentially DePIN nodes, right? Like if you think about your laptop, you think about your GPU, you think about your hard drive, honestly, and you could kind of extend it as like your other various, like products that people use become more and more sophisticated. Like, like your car, for example, it has like really sophisticated cameras. It's probably going to have some form of like GPU, like, complex GPU as it gets better at self-driving, like, who knows, maybe your like fridge or your smart fridge or your TV and all this stuff you would get, it's like more complicated in the future too and has more compute power. So I kind of actually think that DePIN kind of offers like economic opportunity for a lot of people to continue participating in this new like data and compute driven economy in the AI world. Through by essentially just like, if you can offer up like the compute and, like camera hardware capacity of your car and essentially earn it by, like providing it to a data network, like that's kind of an interesting way for people to still participate in sort of like this new digital revolution without getting displaced in terms of economic opportunity.
Welcome back, Nick. If I'm here, so I wanted to say a few words also about the people who lost their jobs due to AI, right? So I think it's about always about competition. So all the people in the world can't lose their job because of AI. It's all about competition, and if people are not improving their skills, getting some new knowledge, okay, they will be replaced by AI. It's the question of competition between people, and I hope that we will be in this part of people who will win this competition, because we're not sitting on one place. We're trying to develop our skills to know something new. We're on the panel discussion about the DePIN, and I guess that 95% of population in the world don't know what is that. So we're already in the winning part of population. So Nick, the stage is yours. I'm great you're welcome back.
Awesome. Yeah, had experienced a couple of technical issues, but for now everything is fine. As Ivan have said, we have this competition, but on the other side, we also have like the partnerships and the value of interoperability between the DePIN project, basically with the between the DePIN project itself, because we have like different points. We have like storage networks, we have computing networks, sensor networks, wireless networks, and many more. And on top of that, some of like DePIN companies, as far as I know, are collaborating and communicating with like Web2 and probably even older businesses that are big in our space. So let us know about the value of interoperability between the projects and how can it impact you, with whom you are cooperating, and what you are looking for from that.
I can talk about one of my favorite collaborations that we're doing on the Filecoin network, which is with Tausif and IO.net. A lot of our storage providers, who were already participating in this decentralized storage network, saw the opportunity and are now like also putting themselves on IO.net to put their GPUs, so that you can have not just a decentralized storage network, but this decentralized, GPU on top of it. And I think that we all see the ways that like storage and, AI like need to build on top of each other. And I think it's awesome to be able to see, the same like ethos be able to be moved through every like layer of the stack.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. Yeah, I think that was exactly the one I was going to mention too, Megan. I think like IONET and like Filecoins, essentially decentralized compute networks and decentralized storage networks, are kind of like the perfect fit, right? Because if you think about like the centralized equivalent, like how AWS and Google Cloud built their businesses, like that was the two sort of services that are foundational to how they build everything. And kind of based off of that, they're building everything around like networking and VPNs and serverless stack and like databases and all this stuff. So I think kind of decentralized compute networks and storage networks like Filecoin kind of working together offer that first layer of decentralized alternative to a lot of folks who want to build applications in a decentralized way or sort of in any other format. I think the other kind of key partnerships and aspect of sort of like how both these decentralized compute and storage networks will progress is essentially kind of these decentralized data networks, right? Like data collection networks, data marketplaces, things like that. Because what are you going to do with data storage if you don't have data to actually store in there? So I think it's going to be, and what are you going to do with your AI model in a compute network if you don't have data to train it? So I think that's kind of like a lot of the key partnerships and sort of how we're thinking of the longer term vision of like, hey, how do we continue decentralizing the stack of services that are available for builders to build?
Yeah, I would actually see. Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay, so I would actually, the way that I see it, and I kind of have been in the deep end before it was coined, and I've been really thinking how it would look like. And today we're a bit closer to that, but it's nothing different than centralized, way of doing things, right? We have the storage, we have the computation, we have the internet. So in the deepened sense, we have decentralized compute, decentralized storage, and maybe this layer one coordination, which is the blockchains. Either you run on Solana, or they're the DePIN specific blockchains like Peak, IOTEX, and so on. And then you go on the one level higher, which are, let's say, as Tausif said, data collection, networks or sensor networks like us. And even within these guys, you see a lot of collaboration. For example, I give you one very simple example. There's another DePIN projects that it's called GeoNet, and they are providing very precise location for all kinds of applications, right? So obviously they have a lot of Web2 clients as well, because their service is cheaper than what, let's say, Web2 companies are providing at this point. But even for us, right, we're collecting data, and a big worth of our data is how accurate the location of it is, right? So if I detect and GPS is not very accurate, it's like 30-40 meter at least of accuracy, so it's kind of useless, right? They use another technology called RTK, And that's another, for example, DePIN, you know. So it's really the way that I see it in like 5 years is that all of these projects are essentially, you know, kind of cross collaborating, not on the layer of, okay, we just have a layer one that is having, you know, collaboration with a bunch or like, you know, Filecoin or IONET, which are kind of, I would say, a bit more generalist in terms of whom they can cater to. But even amongst these, you know, data collection networks and sensor networks and so on, we're going to see a lot of, cross collaborations.
And I'm just going to jump in again for a second to say, like, I think that one of the things that makes me like love this community so much is that there's such a focus on interoperability. And I think this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't sort of like baked into the DNA of all these projects that that were going to work best being the most open and the most interoperable.
Yeah, I think everybody covered like really good points and like, you know, examples as well where DePIN networks have been partnering with each other. Like Aether is partnered with IONET and, you know, other DePIN projects. But I also want to like point out some of the partnerships with you know, like DePIN projects are doing with other sectors in the market, like, you know, just straight up games. Like I think before our launch of our Aether nodes, we did almost like about maybe like partnerships with like over like 100 games, and these games we expect them, you know, like some of these games to eventually be using our computing resources and computing power in the future. So and then, you know, we're gonna start doing like AI projects, and then gaming is obviously there, and then streaming as well. There are a few projects that are coming out in streaming, helping streamers stream better, a better flow of video data going out of their, you know, computers to you know, like Twitch, and then even Web3 streaming platforms. So we kind of like, you know, expanding in all these categories. And I think the whole point of like partnerships is like the more we expand in different categories is better for DePIN, because then we are, you know, well known in those categories. For example, I've talked to some people in the streaming world, and you know, some of them haven't heard the word of DePIN before. They don't even know what it does. And like, what, you know, like there's so many opportunities still in the table. And I think with people like ourselves here, you know, with all these like business partners and like CEOs, I think it's the sky's the limit here.
Awesome. And Erhan, probably your take, especially on the Web2 companies. As far as I know, you're working with like different mobility providers and car providers. So like, what is your vision here?
Yeah, I think the others mentioned the partnership parts quite well. There's lots of potential to be made. As a company, I was like an individual coming from the automotive background and working with these multiple old, as you said, car manufacturers. We know the interoperability is like one of the key issues even in the mobility sector. So the different car brands and companies often create isolated systems, making it really challenging to develop applications, further innovations, and services that work all across vehicles, all different vehicles. So we initiated Sourchain to create an interoperable platform. We want to enable like applications and services to be commonly used across all car brands to enhance like more connective and more user experience journey for all the drivers and all the partners.
Oh, sounds great. And I think, like as Alireza previously mentioned, we have like all the collaborations in the DePIN space, but also that was the point where we are like doing it decentralized way. So it's almost similar, but we have like decentralized point in it. And I would kindly ask, like, what is the difference except the point of decentralization? So probably the differences in the business model, probably the differences in the legal structure that you have, and how do you structure your own businesses here. So what is the point that differs the DePIN from the like classical infrastructure networks, in terms of except decentralization itself? So maybe some
Crypto,
insights.
I would say. Crypto is the number one. I mean, it's really like without. I don't think DePIN is DePIN without crypto. And you cannot, like, I always have this philosophical disagreement with people who say, oh, I like blockchain, but I don't like crypto. I'm like, you know, you're delusional. They're the same thing. It's like the fundamental of it, you know, the decentralization of blockchain is largely because of also the crypto side of it, you know, the truly decentralization of it. And crypto is a very powerful tool because it enabled people to own a piece of the economy. So in my example, for example, there was Google Maps and Waze, and when Waze got acquired by Google Maps for a couple of $1 billion, or when Uber did an IPO, none of the early drivers and the first guys who contributed with their data, they got anything. They maybe got a couple of T-shirts because, thank you for your contribution, but that was pretty much it, And right now, these models comes like us, and a bunch of other kind of applications and products that enable you to own a piece of that economy and kind of build it with that project. And I think that showed to be just much more attractive, right? Essentially, in short, you can build your infrastructure 10 to 100 times faster and cheaper because of the potency of token.
Yeah, like I admit I'm can be one of those people who's like, oh, there's times I like, blockchain and then like don't love all of the crypto projects. Everyone in this room I love, but in the wider world. But I do think that there's something there that like there's the ownership aspect, and then there's the fact that it's, you're inherently thinking about the business mechanisms like in incentive structures as part of the thing that you're building, right? You're thinking about like who needs to be incentivized to do what, because you're trying to create systems that, get people to collaborate together to work as large entities, which is like fundamentally really different from how a corporate structure works. And I think that's really like baked into, at least most of like the protocols that are, that we're talking to right now. I think that like it's, if you like when you sign up for like AWS, like you are just looking for somewhere to store your data, right? Like I know data storage is like top of mind for me, but like, like whatever equivalents for all these things, like you're not thinking about their business model. There's this like I don't know if you guys know Cory Doctorow is this like sci-fi and tech author who has this concept called the enshittification, which is like anytime you have one of these companies, you have like an AWS, like you use them because they're the easiest solution, and then they at the end of the day are the ones owning the data, looking at your business model. And then there's nothing that prevents them from swooping in and just doing it themselves. And then once they have done it, this is actually like Uber, like having the service just get shittier and shittier and like pushing for the lowest quality, like lowest quality that you're going to get and highest profits. And like by having a decentralized system where you really had to think through how do you get all these people to participate from the outset, who owns it and where, who is profiting from it at the end. Like you get something that's owned by everybody and you're sort of solving the tragedy of the commons, right? Like everybody's coming together, everything, and everybody is profiting from it. And that does, like, I think to Alzaro's point, like, like kind of does require, like the tokens kind of does require everyone to be bought into the economy, and does like give the solution of like, when the rising tide lifts all boats, like as this economy gets better, we all profit from it.
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, I think those are both like really great points. So I can't speak too much about kind of like the legal structure just because I'm not an expert on all that. I'm sure it's highly complicated and I leave that to our general counsel to figure out. But I think in terms of like the business structure, it's kind of interesting, some of like the unique advantages that DePIN brings to the table, because I feel like one of these sort of issues that we kind of run into constantly, like for people in the Web3 world, when we talk to sort of people outside of it, like they kind of always ask of just like, hey, what's the use case of crypto, right? Is it just like, like speculation and gambling? Like, I don't really get it. What does it do? I think DePIN is kind of one of the first times where it's really shown how decentralization inherently can create a better, like structurally sound business model compared to like a centralized alternative. Which is kind of interesting because like for a lot of previous projects, like there's sort of like this decentralization for the sake of decentralization. It's like, hey, it's ethically good and that's what we should do, which is great. But I think at the end of the day, when you think from a customer perspective, they want to think about like, hey, how does the fact that this is decentralized actually make it better for me? Like, you know, in a more tangible way, like, of course, it's better in terms of like ownership and all these like other things that we talk about. But, you know, customers are like, well, how's it cheaper than AWS or something like that, right? Which is kind of what DePIN's business structure really kind of enables. Because to tie it in with sort of like the token aspect of things too, I think like the crypto economic incentives that kind of we can offer as part of bootstrapping DePIN networks is like a really powerful mechanism, right? Because if you kind of think about like AWS and all these like other you know, centralized entities that we're talking about, the amount of like capital investment that's needed just from like, you know, both like CapEx and OpEx just to kind of provide like a certain like data center, right? Like they need to like, yeah, procure and source and build and like the data centers, they need to lease the land, they need to staff it, they need to update it, like all these costs that they kind of have to take on, that they eventually end up passing down to the customer and, you know, adding a margin on top of that. A lot of that actually starts to go away when you kind of do this in a decentralized manner, right? And when you can like incentivize sort of a variety of actors and coordinate them through crypto economic incentives, you can essentially kind of do like bootstrap a network really cheaply and kind of pass that benefit in terms of cost savings onto the end customer, which I think is a you know, great structural advantage that all DePIN networks have.
I'll skip that one because I think everybody covers topics really good. But I do want to mention a little bit on the legal you know, side of things, as we are shipping these products to different countries, and I'm sure you know, everybody on the stage here are having like issues or, you know, like kind of like figuring things out, how to deliver a product without customs, and then your community is getting mad at you about the customs, and then you know, some places we're not even allowed to deliver or like ship and stuff. So you know, I don't really have any like don't really have like a solution for this, but I'm hoping for a solution, and hopefully you know, as the whole DePIN space grows, you know, and is recognized by the you know, the government and the shipping industry and the industry and other industries around that sector, I think it'll become easier, and I hope it'll become easier in the business and the legal aspect, or sorry, the legal aspect. Yeah, just want 2 cents in there.
Yeah, I do think it's a kind of, you know, like piggybacking on the legal aspect, like is a kind of weird thing that we need to take these like novel approaches to how we're doing things and sort of like merge them on to conventional legal structures. And like I definitely feel this way at Filecoin Foundation all the time, where like we are, you know, we have 2 arms. We have a nonprofit arm, and I'm just going to go into like US legal structures, but like we have a 501c3 nonprofit, and then we have a Delaware C Corp arm. And, you know, Delaware C Corp's like your standard like for-profit, you know, and it's really hard to explain to people that like, actually, no, we have no intention of making a profit. What we're trying to do is, you know, like give away resources in order to, you know, in general, like make the Filecoin economy better, make the Filecoin ecosystem better. Like, and it's like, it is sort of like hard to, you have to live in a world of like, you know, legal structures that like have like a history from, at least in the US, from like, you know, whatever, from like the 12th century England, you know, like, and like put them onto these like novel technological issues, and they don't always like merge, but hence, c'est la vie of like living in the modern world, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally agree here, and probably, Erhan, if you have something to add here from the side of the Surgeon, like happy to hear on how do you structure it, especially like pointing out that you're in the Asian region, so probably there are a bit difference there. So feel free to share.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all the points. I think everything was said. The two important pillars that I see: the incentive structure, and then giving the real utility to prove the point of your DePIN, whatever it is. But the physical aspect of it, as Sanjay said, is difficult. The customs, the connectivity, we are using the device without any, for example, without any connectivity on board. We use the internet of the mobile phones. That is like maybe an easier point to start with. But when you ship these devices with connectivity on board, then it becomes a problem. For example, in Nautic skates, everybody has a cell phone globally, everywhere. So it is day one, you can just onboard. It's just an app. It's really to start with, but we're trying to find a way for like make it easier for people to just onboard themselves with the phone, with the car, with other transportation methods. But I think everything was mentioned. Yeah, that will be all.
Just a point regarding also what you said, because I've had this discussion, Sanjay, about hardware versus a smartphone DePIN, and there is no right or wrong, by the way. Sometimes hardware is needed, but I'm just wanted to say what I observed. Whom has tackled the hardware issue, scalability of hardware issue. I think Helium did an amazing job, and they're one of the OGs in the space as well. And it took them some time. It didn't work from day one, but essentially they open sourced the hardware specs. And then, here came a bunch of vendors that they started to build hardware, and there were local ones. So now you have people in the US that are building hardwares that are compatible with Helium. You have people in Asia that are doing that. You have people in, Africa that are doing that. And, they kind of took the hardware off. And I know that that's difficult for a lot of different products because, we are also, at some point, we know that we have to do some hardwares as well if we want to go beyond smartphones, right? So it's difficult to do a hardware, and it requires some time for you to do it yourself and then kind of build it yourself and then open source the framework once things have been tested. But, I think there is a solution for it. All I wanted to say is that at least the way that Helium did it, and they after they did this and they successfully got a lot of these bigger vendors to really build their hardware, and then they took care of all of the shipping, logistics, whatever, even selling of it. And then that's where you see Helium went to 1 million devices. It was insane because these are physical devices that has to be shipped all over the world, as you said. And 1 million in hardware is a lot. 1 million in smartphone and 1 million in nodes, from storage and computation is easier to achieve rather than 1 million physical hardwares that you have to ship somewhere and install it in locations. But yeah, there are some ways.
Oh, great points. I love that. Love that.
Yeah, great. Really great. And from that point, I think the logical continuation will be about like the scalability and growth. So we have discussed that there can be some issues on that side. But like, as far as I know, for example, the Filecoin is like, there are a lot of layer 2s that are building right now on the Filecoin. There are a lot of like stuff going on around the IO.net with the GPUs amount. So guys, can you share a bit more here probably about the grant program as well, Megan? Feel free to start, and then we can move to some specific questions for everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. So scalability, like I definitely think that our scalability is like, the best things that are happening on the Filecoin network as far as scalability are the people who are building on top of it, right? So like, I think that like collaborating with IO.net, I think that like the Weather XM, like satellites I was talking about before, we've got a, video streaming, live stream that is like peer-to-peer. I think those are like definitely some of the best things that are happening. We also, always encourage like innovation on the Filecoin network. We have we have a grants program. We have our onboarding innovation grants program, which is, encouraging data storage onto the Filecoin network. And people can definitely hit me up about that and talk about it afterwards. We also have a grants program right now. Honestly, that's just to like help us improve our developer experience. To bring on people to help us like clean up docs and make our developer onboarding experience just like super smooth. That's another program being run out of Filecoin Foundation. And so, yeah, definitely people should feel free to hit me up after this. I think my information is shared, but we're always looking to encourage developers to be building things on top of the Filecoin network, because the only way that's gonna really like, we're not doing this just to like, I don't know, to spin our wheels or waste time or just be like a cryptocurrency. Like we're doing this to become a useful file storage network, and it's not useful unless people are using it. And so we are always looking for new ways to incentivize people collaborating with us, building on top of it, building with us.
Great. I love the scalability strategy and the general strategic vision that Filecoin has right now. Like I think it's super awesome, especially with all the layer 2s, because like to 2 years ago when someone comes to me with this L2 on Filecoin, I was like, oh wow, that's something new and something interesting, and I don't understand it. But for now, like, there are a lot of them that are building and that are doing a pretty great job. So yeah, I think that's the great strategy to scale here.
Totally, 100%. And we're super lucky to have like so many L2s and like so many projects that are building on top of us.
Yeah, that's really great. And then the next question will be to Osif from .NET. So just to clarify, there was a point where someone said that you have 2 million GPUs, yeah? But then from the checks, there was like a bit smaller, if I can say so. And what was the idea here? I heard different ways of explaining that. Someone was telling about the spoofing, some was telling about like any other stuff. So can you explain a bit more what was the point here and what is the actual numbers, if you can share?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to talk about that. And I think this kind of, highlights some of the interesting challenges of building a business in DePIN, right? I think what Alireza mentioned is kind of like the idea of like crypto economic incentives and tokenization and DePINs to be able to bootstrap the network is like a really, really powerful mechanism to, like get the network up and running and build a business from scratch and get it up to scale really quickly. But you kind of have to always think about like the human element, right? Of like when you kind of put some economic incentives out there and you kind of, set some rules of the game to play, it's like there's always going to be actors out there who are going to try to find the loophole, try to find a way around it and try to take advantage of whatever incentive mechanism that you have set up. And I think sort of especially in a situation where you're kind of trying to operate a platform at a global scale across a variety of countries, across a variety of different types of devices, and you're trying to build it up really quickly and build it in public, which I think is kind of a very uniquely Web3 crypto thing of always like having all your metrics and everything like being super public and transparent, which is a great thing, but also kind of has its own like unique challenges. So that's fundamentally kind of what we found, right, with our sort of token generation event kind of happening. I believe it was last week now, already feels like a long time ago. But kind of leading up to that, our Ignition program, like season incentives of essentially kind of, for the token distribution aspect. Part of it was the program was essentially set up to incentivize suppliers to bring GPUs onto the network so that we can bootstrap the network and then essentially kind of start bringing demand clients online as well. Of course, some actors out there essentially kind of found a way to be able to spoof GPUs, kind of get past our checks and balances that we had at the time in place, and essentially start connecting quote unquote like millions of GPUs or hundreds of thousands of GPUs onto the network to essentially kind of fool our systems into considering them to be real GPUs, kind of get more access to the token distribution and things like that. So that was kind of like the background of what happened there, but I think it was also kind of like a really great lesson for us to kind of a great thing for us to sort of like figure out early, like back then, before we kind of really scaled on the demand side either, right? Because essentially once we kind of saw what was happening, once it was highlighted, we actually introduced a proof of work verification mechanism, kind of starting to think about like, hey, how do you really keep a massive set of decentralized actors like honest in a system, and how do you kind of put checks and balances in place to ensure that people are providing what they actually say they're providing and they're getting incentivized in the right way. So what we kind of did was this proof of work verification mechanism, which is kind of like a unique solution for compute networks, right? Because with like every type of GPU that's out there, whether it's like an NVIDIA like H100, A100, like a 4090 consumer card and things like that, there's like benchmarks out there in terms of like performance. And essentially with, we can do sort of like cryptographic proofs of where we have these benchmarks of like, hey, this type of workload or this type of solution or problem, when put to a certain type of GPU, it should return this type of answer at this speed and this latency. And we're lucky to kind of like have that sort of data be like completely public, like well researched, fully available. So we're able to kind of incorporate that into our checks and balances mechanism. And then we got rid of all of the bad actors out there. We essentially kind of had to like quote unquote like start from scratch a bit in terms of like running all of our GPUs through our verification mechanism, and then start to bring them online and kind of be a little bit more slow in terms of who gets onto the network versus just having like an open gate policy, which obviously leads to sort of like lower quality GPUs. So now I believe we're back to, I think, as of yesterday, about like 180K GPUs that are verified on the network, with about 20K or so that are cluster ready right now.
Yeah, I think that's the great point that you're like moving here to like verifying all the GPUs that you have. I heard also an interesting thought about like the tokenizing of GPU, but on that side, that's a bit pretty strange scene on the mathematical side, and you can like calculate the small differences in the GPUs and tokenize them that way. So yeah, I think that's a great solution, and I think that's the transparency and the verification is probably the most useful point. Yeah, so then we can move on to the Sanjay on the side of the Azure. So the question on the scalability and basically the products, because I know, like for example, all my friends know about the Azure in general, but you have Azure Earth and Azure Atmosphere for the AI and gaming. And as far as I know, like the sharing of the like GPUs for gaming was not the best business model back in like 10 years ago. But for now, with the DePIN, it should be pretty great. So what is your vision here? How the softphone can like boost it up, and how these two products are collaborating together? Because from the names, it's like obvious that they are collaborating together, I think.
Yeah, like I think just like even like 2 years ago, let's say, or like a year and a half ago, gaming in the like we had Axie, and then we had these games, but then still the gaming in Web3, it wasn't like at a stage where it's right now. Now there's like a lot of good projects coming out. There's a lot of high quality games which are coming out, right? And gaming, Web3 gaming, crypto gaming is kind of becoming like a real product in the whole crypto space, right? Before it was like, hey, you just tap some buttons, you just earn some money, and that's pretty much it. Play to earn, and that's that. But now you got this like first person shooters, 3-person shooters, like really good games, real high quality games coming out. So now we know, okay, Web3 gaming is a real contender in the gaming space. So that's why we have like seen a lot of like interest in from these gaming projects who wants to Web3 gaming projects who want to partner with us, who want to like already like like a commit that, hey, we are going to use your computing power when the time comes, when you go on the mainnet, when you're live, let's do this, right? So that's why like gaming is like super important. But now then AI is there too, and now it's like if you go online and you read about it, like AI and gaming are getting together. So it's like a match made in heaven, you can say, and it just keeps growing. Like I'm working this space and I can't even catch up. So what is the vision here? The vision is to just kind of like have like a big sector in the gaming place, like, because even if you go on the website and let's say you want to like stake your ATH token or something, you are given options. You're given like, hey, which type of like user are you? Like, are you like an AI user? Are you a gaming user? That's kind of like us kind of like collecting more data to see like what type of industry, like ATH holders, node holders, GPU holders are interested in, and it gives us more data to kind of like structurize our future or vision of like which type of partners we want to work with, like where is the demand really, right? And I think the vision for the future is just to kind of like keep learning from our audience, keep learning from our users, and double down in that category.
Yeah, in general, as you have mentioned, I think that's the great collaboration between AI and gaming. I also know one more under radar project that is like Crash Protocol, and probably someone from your team is working together with them. They're creating DePIN, combining AI and gaming, and you finally can stop grinding because AI agents will do that for you. So I think that's one of the great points, especially for gamers here. And I think that's the collaboration that can like bring really great use cases, and time-wise cases for the gamers and not only for them. Also, on top of that, Alirez, I have heard that you have recently launched the Drive and DePIN marketplace. Yeah, you have already mentioned about the GeoDNet and a bit about a couple of other DePIN projects. What is the vision on the DePIN marketplace, and how do you onboard the projects into that marketplace? What is the idea here?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, we have this mobile application, which the reason we went smartphone strategy was because of because hardware, we could have built a dash cam. We had the resources to do so, but we decided, it's just faster to scale for us. And this smartphone is a sensor hotel. It has GPS, gyroscope. It has very strong computational power, which many people don't know. So I think something if not even stronger than the Qualcomm Snapdragon that the Aether guys are using, or the same chip essentially is there. So you can do computer vision AI there, you can do essentially inference there very, very easily. But there's a problem with the smartphone as well, which is, you have to essentially make it more interesting for the people to spend some time there, right? Compared to a set and forget hardware. And we had two options to do this. One of them is to add a ton of, driver assistant applications there, which was navigation and dash cam and parking availability. The second one was, we started to provide a lot of non-crypto rewards essentially. So we give them natives as well, but we wanted to give them other stuff, and we got inspired by a model like a Sweatcoin. I don't know if you guys know them, but for in our case, we have a lot of taxi drivers, Uber drivers, last mile delivery guys, a lot of not necessarily native crypto people, and we started to put vouchers, electronics, gift cards, insurance discounts, and so on. And at some point, we realized we did a couple of partnerships, and we put DePIN hardware. What is interesting with DePIN hardware is that it's very it's a consumer product at the end of the day, right? So you don't have to necessarily be crypto savvy, but it enables you to monetize more aspects of your life at the end of the day. So this kind of grew organically, and I don't know, we have really, really cool projects there right now. We have a health ring that you can get. They're also based on Solana. We have GeoNet, we have Demo, we have I think after this call, I would love to get Aether and SwordChain as well in there. And for me, it was, on one side, for my users and for my community, I wanted to give something to them. They get offers to go and buy these hardwares or get to certain products. They get certain welcome offers, discounts, or extra rewards once they get there. And also, sometimes with a lot of projects, I realize there is open collaboration, but with a lot of projects, they look at you, and then if your Twitter follower accounts is not much, they don't want to collaborate with you. This actually happened to us, when we were much smaller. I'm not gonna name the DePIN project. I wanted to do a collaboration with them, and the guy, I was like, let's do an AMA together, and the guy was like, hey, you guys are too small for us. And today we're bigger than them. I'm not gonna name them, but from community point of view, we are bigger than them. So I told myself, I'm never going to do this. Doesn't matter if it's a small project or a big project. You got a cool product, we have a place for it. I have the community, and why not? It's the legacy that I want to put out there. So yeah, that's today that this marketplace is getting very, very popular. We are putting a lot of really, really cool products, and they're flying by very, very quickly. So we're generating a ton of sales for it's not our main business model, but we're generating a ton of sales for all these other DePIN projects.
Awesome. I love the way of collaboration and the vibe of collaboration that we have today, like a small networking even through the panel. That's really awesome from my point of view. And I hope that we will see the biggest applications, DePIN applications on the Natix mobile marketplace. I hope it will be great. I love a lot of DePIN projects, and the ecosystem is really huge here. Yeah, and the next question will be to the SwordChain. So guys, what are your thoughts on your future developments? How do you plan to scale on the market and implement and use these collaborations that you have with the automotive industry and automotive providers? So how do you scale here? What is your vision and what is your strategy?
Yeah, I think we are the only chain yet. They're not on the mainnet yet, so we are an incentivized testnet still. We have more than 12,000 cars onboarded, which some of them are devices. We have some couple Teslas onboarded with API. We're definitely working with both sides of the developer industry, including the small developers, individual developers, as well as the big players like the manufacturers itself. The most important thing while we go to this mainnet is the applications and the utility that we're going to provide, and these will come with the applications that will be built up on top of SwordChain. So these applications, with working with these car companies like Suzuki, Maruti, and Ford, will most likely be regarding the safety applications, but there will be some individual applications that could be named as decentralized ride-hailing, road monitoring, some entertainment application. It could be even NFT. So we are a layer one. We enable lots of smart contracts to be built on top of us. We'll be also starting like doing the grants coming to the mainnet launch. So the future is looking bright for us. Yeah.
Great, sounds good to me, and I hope that the main net will go out soon, and like we will be launching soon, because like yeah, as you have mentioned, you're the only product that is not on the mainnet stage yet, and everyone is almost launched. And the next one I'm looking forward personally is like the Sortian. So yeah, we'll be happy to hear. And also there is a question, the next question that combines everyone. We have talked a bit about the incentives that each of the projects provides. Some given grants, some are providing the incentives and tokens. And basically, like Azir and IO.net have recently launched. Natix had their coin list sale. Yeah, Sorchain will also be sailing soon. So what can you share the experience that you had with all these token sales, with the fundraise, and probably with the grant program from the side of Megan? How the community reacts to the incentives, and what are the proper way to structure the incentives for the DePIN network? What is the idea?
Yeah, I can jump in first, at least as far as like our experience with grant programs. I think that like in the last big crypto bull run cycle, like I think that we learned a lot about how our grant programs should work. And I think that like, I think we learned to sort of move from that kind of like, like VCs call it like spray and pray, to things that are much more targeted and much more measured, like having very clear ideas of what we want the outcomes to be and how we want to measure those outcomes, rather than sort of like a more of a free for all of like, oh, if we just put grants out there, like, interesting programs will come out of it. Like I think that like having very targeted ideas of what we want to get from it, and it doesn't mean that we're not open to, like collaborations that are outside of the box of what we're thinking, but we've kind of found that those people will find us no matter what, and we don't need to have grants programs that incentivize sort of like like an open format, that we can really like target our grants programs for the outcomes that we want, and that our community actually like really prefers that, because a lot of people, in the community, like they want to be building something that's working towards this larger goal. And so yeah, I think that like just a focus on like, measuring things, and also things that have sort of like we've recently leaned into this retro PGF funding. Optimism is also doing that, but as the way of encouraging people who want to build something that's just going to be useful for the network, to be able to get rewarded for it. So that's like a retroactive grants program. So somebody who builds builds some tooling that's incredibly useful, like we now have mechanisms to retroactively give them funding. Which is pretty different from the, oh, if you give us funding, we'll build this, but we're not going to build it unless you give us funding. So those have been like some really good takeaways for us.
Yeah, I think just to add on kind of like the token launch piece from our side, yeah, I think, sort of from my experience, it's definitely a very complex thing to balance incentives across such a large group of individuals and players, and across like a variety of different sizes, right? So I think especially when you're kind of sort of like a newer network. So obviously I think, we incentivize some of our earlier adopters and earlier suppliers the most, but also kind of like thinking of, as we're maturing as a network and as we're maturing as a business, and then as we're kind of seeing what kind of market demand we see and what kind of client demand we see in terms of like what exactly they need in terms of a compute network. It also kind of really came down to optimizing, each successive sort of, rewards and incentives program that we launched, to kind of keep fine tuning it in order to kind of match what we see as demand for the network and what we see as our vision for where we want to grow. So it's kind of like this delicate balance of, offering incentives for our community members, like, all of like the people with sort of like MacBooks, like M1, M2, M3 chips, like everyone with sort of like consumer gaming cards, and kind of bringing them onto the network and be able to kind of like participate in sort of like the vision of DePIN and sort of be able to participate in the network, but then also kind of offering the right incentives for some of like the larger players that we work with who, can bring some of those really big ticket, like H100s, A100s, like AIML specific hardware that is really, really necessary for us to kind of build a larger scale business and win some of those like larger clients, and kind of incentivizing them the right way and kind of tuning that in a way, is kind of almost like very different than sort of how you would tune it for like an individual contributor or supplier, because the alternatives for, because the pitch for someone from the community is very much just like, hey, you're, NVIDIA 3090 GPU is just kind of sitting in your computer when you're not using it or when you're not playing a game, like plug it onto the network and start earning incentives. But then the alternative for someone who has like a data center or, like a bunch of H100s kind of, that they have access to is that they can kind of offer that up to other like AML startups or other sort of like cloud networks, or just like have other ways to monetize, and kind of making it attractive to them to make that available on an on-demand basis onto our network is something where we had to kind of really sort of dial in what economics and payback period like kind of makes sense for them to be able to do that. So I think managing those incentives across a variety of different sizes of stakeholders was I think one of the key things we had to optimize for in our launch and incentives program.
Awesome, great, guys. Maybe probably Alireza, you can share the experience with the currently sales, because like all the recent sale was a couple of strange ones, but I think that your was the last one that was really great. So can you share the experience of probably incentivizing the community through that way, and like in general as well? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, the coinless sale was not to incentivize the community, just to get it straight. It was a public sale that we did, or a public launch that we did, to our own community as well as the coinless community. So people who wanted to participate, they could. But within the app, we have another, let's say, mission system where users are getting rewarded. So something that we did, which was, I think we tried to do things differently. Because another thing that I realized when I came to DePIN, was that, I mean, generally also within crypto, a lot of things are like copy pasted. It's like tokenomics are copy pasted, and I had fundamental issues with that, to be honest with you. So, we work with so it's not my work, to be honest with you, but we work with very, very smart people. We got a game designer, we got a tokenomics guy, they work together, and we designed the gamified token emission system for our app, right? I'm not going to go into the details of it, but we basically achieved two things. One of them was retention and stickiness, because we were still a smartphone, and those metrics went up by anywhere between 4x to 15x actually in a span of 2-3 months. So it actually worked. The second thing was that it was a good emission system in terms of token emission. So yeah, I mean, it has been going so far very, very well. I think one of the advantages that we have with Natix is because we don't have to sell users hardware. We don't have to front load them with incentives. A lot of companies that are selling hardware, they have to airdrop. Our competitor is doing that, and I think this is kind of, and they also expect a higher reward. But when you're having your own software, or you're utilizing just some let's say idle bandwidths or storage or computation, then the reward expectation is different. One thing that I realized is that when people pay like $500,000-$600,000 for a device, they do have this ROI expectation of a Lamborghini. Unfortunately, this is how our industry operates. So to manage that expectation is also a very, very difficult thing. And we realize that, and we have adapted our essentially emission reward system in the product to match that.
Yeah, awesome points. Thanks for clarifying here. And probably as the last one, Erhan can share a bit more thoughts on how do you plan to incentivize your community, and how do you plan to work with that? Because as far as I can see, Sanjay has a bit of troubles with the electricity. So yeah, you can move on. Are there any thoughts from Sorchain side, if I can clarify?
Maybe I missed the question. Sorry.
Yeah. The question was about your future plans on incentivization of your community, like to summarize all up, and then we can like finalize it.
Yeah, as for the sales part, we do not like sell the device for 500 or 6K dollars that nobody expects like a Lamborghini outcome. It is a cheap device because it doesn't need like a connectivity, as I mentioned. We do have an airdrop. That's correct. And people are earning some tokens because they're like giving their data availability to the network. These tokens will be like converted to some mainnet tokens as a Genesis drop. We don't have like a launch yet. We're planning it some month this year. Maybe I'll answer more questions after the token launch. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome, guys. Then thanks everyone for like joining in. I love the way of collaboration and the way of collaboration, as I have already said. Also, as far as from my experience, I was right in a DePIN industry report, like 200 pages. And when you're writing this big report, that's a bit hard to stay up to date, especially when you can see that like DePIN space is moving really fast. For example, when we were starting, like the ASIR itself was not even start raising, but when we have ended, it was one of the like main projects on the radar. So like that's the difference you may have in 2 months or a bit wider scale. So from my own point of view, I think it is valuable to always stay up to date and to check for the updates, because DePIN itself is really collaborative state. It's really the place where everyone have friends with everyone and like build something together. So I really thank you for the time today, and probably if anyone has any final words, feel free to share and we can finalize.
No, I think it was a very interesting conversation. It was really interesting aspects that we covered, and I really like that. I think you selected a very broad, let's say, I would say, sample of DePIN projects. So it made a lot of interesting conversations, which were not like very granular into something very deep, but rather, so it makes it less boring. What I'm trying to say. So, yeah, no, it was amazing panel.
Yeah, thanks so much for arranging this. This was fantastic. A great group of humans to do this with.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Nice meeting you all.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Then thanks. Everyone is joining on board. Any final words?
I also wanted to thank you all for participating in this panel. It was very interesting, and I'd like to say one idea. So before this panel discussions, all your projects were just news on encrypted media for me, right? So Netix is the next CoinList project, like IONET is on Binance Launchpool, and so on and so forth. So Filecoin Foundation took place in educative incentives with the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. So it was just text, and maybe we will be replaced by AI someday, but I do believe that crypto is people behind it. So I'm great that you were here today, and it's still people. So don't worry about replacement by AI. We will be always here. And I also can say to you, welcome to Ukraine whenever you can do it due to the war. And I hope that someday it will finish. And so thank you all. Thank Nick for a great moderating of the discussion. It was really interesting and useful. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the invite.
You
Have a
guys.
good day, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So, guys, the first day of Incrypted Online Marathon 2024 is over. Thanks to all who were watching it. If you just came, so you could get back and watch it through, because there were 4 interesting panel discussions. The first was about DeFi. The second was about Bitcoin ecosystem. The third was about Solana ecosystem. and right now finished the panel discussion about DePIN. So what I want to say, announce the second day of online marathon, which will be with the 3 or maybe 4 panel discussions. We working on that. So first panel discussion will be Web3 startup acceleration with such participants as Cointelegraph Accelerator and top launchpads like ChatGPT, Ape Terminal, Polkstarter, and Engine Starter. So the second panel will be about Ethereum Layer 2 ecosystem with participating of Zika Sync, Linea, and Manta. Third panel will be about Ethereum restaking, its agent layer, Ether fee, Puffer, Kelp DAO, and Zircot. And we are working on the fourth panel, which can be about GameFi, and it'll be a secret till it will happen. So please come tomorrow at 1 p.m. At Kyiv time to watch all the panel discussions. After that, we will have the third day. We will be solo presentation. Will be very interesting day with very great speakers. And if you're in Ukraine somehow, please come to our Incrypted Conference 2024, which will take place on June 23. Thank you for watching. We are finishing the first day of Incrypted Online Marathon and waiting for you tomorrow. Have a good day.